Microphone check, everybody? Okay, thank you. So welcome, good morning to this very interesting forum on building climate resilient economies with an approach to synergistic partnerships to support vulnerable groups. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I'm the head of the Investments and External Funding Department at CABE, or the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. And as I said before, on behalf of CABE and the participants of the panel and our friends at IDFC, which make this forum possible, I'd like to welcome you to this forum. And first and foremost, we're going to begin with some encouraging words from Mr. Alex Shi. He is the Deputy Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF. Mr. Shi, please. Thank you.
Mr. Carlos Sanchez, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alex Shi, Deputy Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF. On behalf of my organization, it's indeed my honor to deliver opening remarks at this forum. I would first to express my sincere gratitude to our co-host, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, for their steadfast commitment to this partnership. For the past 3 years, CABE has been dedicated to collaborate with us on hosting a COP30 event to address the critical climate change issues. As we look back on 2024, we are facing with the unprecedented urgency and the scale of the climate crisis. This year has shown us that climate change is no longer a distinct issue, but an urgent and escalating threat. Record-breaking hot waves, devastating floods, powerful storms, prolonged droughts, and other climate-driving disasters has impacted millions, particularly the most vulnerable. The call for decisive actions has become clear and more urgent than ever. Leaders across major development organizations have underscored that building resilience among vulnerable populations is not just a moral responsibility. It is essential for achieving global stability and shared prosperity. They urge the international community to forge stronger cooperation, enhance climate resilience in the regions and sectors most affected by climate change, and safeguard those most at risk, including women, agricultural workers, and low-income communities. This forum is intended as an active platform for sharing our unique expertise and experience in climate financing, particularly in demonstrating how various financial instruments can support vulnerable groups in accessing the resources needed to confront climate changes. We are especially pleased to welcome, alongside CABE and the Taiwan ICDF, distinguished development partners from Europe, Central America, and the Caribbean, including European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, and the Curriculum Development Fund, CDF. It is a true honor to have all our partners gathered here today, as their close regional insights into partnership for strengthening resilience among women and other vulnerable groups will bring invaluable perspective to today's discussion. May these discussions deepen our understanding of the complex climate changes facing vulnerable communities and also inspire innovative, integrated approaches and synergistic partnerships that will shape a more resilient and inclusive future for all. In closing, I wish each of you success and good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Alex Shi, for your opening remarks. Having begun this discussion, I would like to introduce our panel. Mr. Manfred Copper, he's Chief Sustainability Officer at CABE. Mr. Jonathan Liu, Director of Lending and Investment Department at Taiwan ICDF. Mr. Eugene Williams, he's a Resource Mobilization Officer at the CARICOM Development Fund, and Mr. Jan Willem van de Ven, who's the Associate Director for International Climate Policy and Engagement at the EBRD. Welcome, gentlemen, to this forum this morning. I would like to begin, having had that great introduction from Vice Chairman Xi as to the purpose of this forum today. Let's first start covering something very important. Climate resilient financial products. What are each of our institutions doing in this regard? I would like to first begin with you, Jan, because EBRD is a large Europe-based institution, having many complex and important partnerships all over the world, having a AAA rating, being such an important focal point for raising awareness for climate resilient economies. What is EBRD's approach? What are you doing? What are you working up to this day? Thank you.
I can talk like this. Sorry. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. Indeed, we are based in London, in Europe, and unfortunately we don't do business in the Caribbean or in Central America. I would love to, but now coming to our country, so we work in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Caucasus, parts of Northern Africa, and also expanding in sub-Saharan countries as well. So we have a very diverse regions, but quite a few regions are affected by climate change, and that means that in our operations we have established, let's say, a policy around Paris alignment. So all our operations are Paris aligned, and in that review we of course look into the implications of climate change for the investments, the finance we provide to our clients. We operate at different levels. One at the country level, so we support governments in their, let's say, long-term climate planning, but we also support our private sector corporate clients in transition plans and putting climate resilience in there. What I want to underline, maybe I can give, we also work with municipalities, so as an MDB we can do sovereign lending, and the way we work is with municipalities. We offer them a Green City Action Plan, and in that Green City Action Plan we can review in a collaborative manner with all the stakeholders in the municipality. We basically review what does it take to become low carbon and climate resilient, and identify then investment opportunities that we can then finance, but also in partnership with other partners like we have here at this round table, and for example other partners like MDBs or local development banks. An example is, for example, what we are doing in Chisinau in Moldova, where we the Chisinau is vulnerable to storm floods, and we're working on upgrading let's say the river system using nature-based solutions to make it more less prone to all these disasters, so to say, that we now frequently see in the news, and like the recent events in Spain a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, that's a bit what we do, and of course that we're doing that in a gender inclusive way, and so making sure that vulnerable groups are also considered in the further planning of these investment activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. And I would like now to go to Eugene, coming from a very particular area of the world, very prone to natural disasters and overall dangerous phenomena weather-wise. What products are you working, tailoring in order to increase resilience of your member countries?
All right, morning, and thank you for Taiwan ICDF for inviting us to be part of this panel. We definitely appreciate it. Been a partner with Taiwan ICDF for the last 2 years as well. In terms of on the Caribbean, as you rightly pointed out, the Caribbean is at the forefront of climate change from the perspective of being one of the more vulnerable areas to weather phenomena, hurricanes every year, rainfall, storms, that sort of thing. So we are definitely in the mix of things. The CARICOM Development Fund is a treaty-based organization established to support those member states that are participating in the CARICOM single market and economy. In a sense, we seek to address the disadvantage that occurs from participating in that trading arrangement, be it at the country level, regional level, community, as well as the individuals. In terms of what we are working on or what we have done to address the whole issue of resilience in our economies, resilience in the social space, we have done a number of things. One, with respect to small business, SME, and the private sector, we have developed a credit risk enhancement instrument called the CRAF, which provides a sort of partial risk guarantee to local financial institutions in the region to lend to SMEs as well as women-owned businesses who may wish to embark upon renewable energy or energy efficiency initiatives to strengthen their business and to promote sustainability among their businesses. That is one of the instruments that we have developed in-house, which is really a game changer in that we seek sustainability in the product itself by providing that enhancement, that partial risk guarantee, as opposed to, let's say, putting a sum of money in a pot, and when that is finished, you find that the traditional lending institutions generally back away. But because it is a guarantee, a partial risk guarantee, it can sustain itself. It doesn't require outside financing. In addition to that, last year we developed a CARICOM Resilience Fund, which seeks to crowd in the private sector to support resilient activity in the region, whether it be infrastructure at the public sector level or even at the private sector level. So it's a fund that attracts investors, impact investors for a certain return, and they get to contribute to the building of resilience and sustainability in the region itself. We are also currently working on another fund that we hope to launch sometime in 2025, a growth resilience and sustainability fund. And that is going to support the more larger ticket items in the region, because building resilience in the region is something that requires a tremendous amount of capital. And we are seeking to get a sizable fund that we can lend at concessional rates to member states. Like John said, we also focus on the women and girls, that gender aspect in terms of what we do. It is something that we have put in place in the last 2 years, and we use a gender lens as well as an environment and social safeguard lens in everything that we do. So we try to comply with best practices. This is something that we can't do alone, so we also leverage partnerships such as the ICDF. We've recently been accredited to the Green Climate Fund. So we're seeking true partnerships to bring concessional or low-cost capital to the region to promote that sustainability and resilience. So I'll stop there and pass on to the other
Thank you. Having said that, Eugene, let me pivot to my colleague Manfred, who's our newly appointed Chief of Sustainability at CABE. Manfred, having the benefit of, starting with a clean slate, so to speak, you are arriving recently at CABE and are somehow reorganizing all the sustainability efforts. Where do you see CABE going in the future in this regard, in helping build our member countries, our beneficiary member countries, climate resilient economies? Where do you see that path going?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to this panel. And Carlos, as you were saying, I would like to introduce, first of all, CABE. I know I only have 2 months in the position, but I don't know if all of you know about CABE. We're a multilateral development bank that was based in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, and we have 15 country members right now, 5 that are the founding members, and then we have 3 that are non-founding regional members, and then non-regional members, where Taiwan is one of our main members, actually. And we are an accredited organization to the GCF and to the Adaptation Fund, just to know a little bit about CABE. Regarding about your question, what we're trying to see right now on the Sustainability Office, first of all, we have to reorganize to be trying to see more and not only compliance on sustainability regards. We want to see positive impact. We want to understand better and how to move the needle forward and to measure the impact that we're really creating through our credits. Related to the financial and technological innovation for climate resilience, we're development of microinsurance, microfinance, and savings products specifically designed to protect vulnerable community assets from climate disasters. For example, microinsurance programs in rural areas affected by hurricanes and droughts. We have fintech innovations for adaptation, implementation of solutions such as mobile banking and blockchain to enhance financial accessibility in remote communities, use of digital technologies, and promote financial literacy and integrate climate smart tools. Right now, but CABE has already developed different projects that we have been developing. For example, Cambio 2 program that is financing small, medium, and medium companies on climate adaptation with technical support in collaboration with the GCF. We have the Central American Dry Corridor. There is a restoration of watersheds and landscapes through ecosystem-based adaptation, benefiting more than 2.4 million people in Central America, and climate technology pilot projects that are initiatives that combine fintech with resilient infrastructure to enhance disaster response capacity. That's a project with Adaptation Fund that we are already implemented. So we are expecting to do more and not only compliance with the law. The idea is to really move the needle to try to solve the real issues that we're facing on social, environmental, and transparency issues on our region, trying to create and to understand the challenges that we're facing. The challenges on environmental, social, and governance are very different between the countries that are members for CABE, and we have to understand the projects that we're going to implement specifically in every country to understand specifically how we're going to measure the impact that we're creating through those specific projects. So we have to understand very deeply the context to understand if we are really doing the correct projects on the correct geographies.
Thank you, Manfred. And I wanted to leave Jonathan for the last, last, but not least, as they say, in this first round, being the sponsors and the driving force for this forum, and with the benefit of Deputy Secretary Chai's opening remarks. Jonathan, ICDF works with several multilateral development banks and several organizations in building resiliency all over the world. What are you looking forward in the next couple of years? Where do you think the more interesting products will be developed? What is ICDF looking? What are you targeting in this regard?
Yes, thank you, moderator, for your kind introductions, and I'm pleasure to be here, part of a panelist to join this very meaningful topic. And first of all, just let me start with introduction of Taiwan ICDF. And the Taiwan ICDF actually is a 100% government-funded institution. As you may know, that it's a kind of a DFI in Taiwan, and we are the largest foreign aid agency here. And the core companies we provide are people, capital, knowledge, and technology to support the economic development, enhance the human resources, as well as to promote the bilateral relationships with like-minded countries or institutions. And actually, we do have 22 technical missions overseas to carry out several ESG or SDG programs in our partner countries. And talking about the financial products we have, before to talk about this one, I would like to point out several barriers or challenges faced by these disadvantaged groups that they face the climate change. I would say that in the recent years, and these ongoing impacts of climate change and inflation rising, as well as some geopolitical tensions, will tremendously affect the people livelihood, especially this disadvantaged, or we call the vulnerable groups in the developing countries. And that means that the tourism and service, as well as agricultural sectors, which employs labor-intensive, most suffers especially in the Latin American regions. And almost, according to, I remember the World Bank report indicated that over 76% of these groups hardly getting the funding from the financial institution. That's because the financial institution tends to believe that they are less entrepreneurs or growth-minded, and plus they are lack of collaterals or insufficient financial information, so they cannot get in the funding from the market in the financial market. So they cannot get the funding to expand and enlarge their operation, business operations. So as a foreign aid agency of our role, and I will think the financial product we can provide, including debt financing with very concessional terms, and plus credit enhancement instrument we can offer, as well as technical assistance, and such like the capacity buildings and advisory service for small enterprises, as well as some we can take the first loss positions for the structured product. I just give you some cases we have in Latin American regions. 3 years ago, we see that these disadvantaged groups, especially the small farm holders or women, they are very severely affected by the climate change. So we launch regional programs. That programs integrate the technical assistance, soft loans, as well as credit guarantees. And that's the first time we cooperate with the CAPE on gender issue for women empowerment. The CAPE established a credit guarantee fund and granted by the Taiwan ICDF with $10 million to enhance the women's credit ratings and the credit assurance to make the bank comfortable and to relent the funding to the enterprises of women-led to expand their business. This mechanism is quite well, and I think the UN Women's and EU also join this platform as well. That's a good platform for us to join together with the other international organizations. In addition, this credit guarantee is going pretty well, and we are deciding to have a discussion with the CAPE to offer additional soft lendings for this program, holistic programs. And we hope not only the credit enhancement, but we also soft loan to the end user or end borrowers to have expand their business as soon as possible, especially in the economic recessions or that's climate change periods. So that's our holistic programs. We are engaged in these regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. I think we are all in agreement at this point that our institutions are all in alignment towards, helping with a synergistic approach to building resilience in our economies. Having said that, many times you'll find the experiences you can identify the right partner, you have a right program, a right product you design, and yet something is missing, and probably that thing has to do with technology. A platform, an enabler for what it is that you plan to do. You're being successful in deploying that product or service that will help you achieve those synergies. So for this second half of this panel, this next, I would like to try to get from you and to query from you what technologies have you deployed? And in our preparation meeting, it came out that EBRD has a very interesting platform in this regard for mapping efforts. And I would like, Jan, please, if you could share your experiences and thoughts in that matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the EBRD, so digitalization per se is already one of our key areas we focus on as a bank. So regardless of climate change, digitalization, we see AI, we see all kinds of new developments, and we have to learn and see how we can best use all these new technologies towards the goals we would try to achieve. And one of them is, of course, climate change. And just as an example, we are part of a cooperation with the European Space Agency, World Bank, UNDP and so on the digitalization of the MRV of emission reductions. So, with that we can basically lower the transaction cost, we can increase the quality of the data, and make it more a robust story. Coming to adaptation, we have, we lend to local banks that on lend proceeds to SMEs and households, and we provide technical assistance, but we also have developed a tool called the Green Technology Selector. The Green Technology Selector is basically, and I'm not promoting any company here, but it's basically the Amazon of green technology. And there's a very large set of pre-qualified technologies and suppliers on that platform, and we basically use that data to connect to lending operations we have in several countries. And with that we basically facilitate the uptake of these new technologies. So we help to create a market for these new technologies. And these new technologies are mainly at the moment focused on mitigation, but all like renewable energy, heat pumps, etc. But also increasingly on climate resilience. So we have a number of credit lines where, for example, you can select drip feeding and rainwater systems in order to, and so you're a farmer, you want to improve your productivity, you can go to the Green Technology Selector and then select what type of drip feeding technology you need, and then you go with that certificate to the bank, and the bank then, depending on your credit rating, will provide finance or not. But it's all streamlined, and I think that's the key one. Yeah, so you lower the entry to technology change for the customer. We're looking to expand the technology, so also let's say looking at other systems like flood barriers and etc. So to include that in the technology selector, and with that it's all about making it more easy and transparent. And then the advantage of using these big databases for us is that we know what's happening. So it also helps in the ex post monitoring eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could send that microphone all the way to this end of the panel, because Manfred has very interesting experiences, having been previously a consultant with a major firm. Manfred, if you could share just a brief example or two of best practices in technology for climate resiliency that you encountered.
Yeah, right now there are many options on the market, and we're looking for AI, blockchain, and different alternatives that will give better quality of data to take better decisions, not only on adaptation, climate change, but also on how we are managing all the climate change information inside our organizations and how we're going to measure impact on environmental, social, and governance structures. Right now, the problem that we're facing is that we're managing that information not with the same rigorosity that we're managing the financial information. So on the sustainability information, we're managing the information through Excel sheets and that kind of stuff. And when you begin auditing that information, you see a lot of lack of quality, a lack of rigorosity, lack of methodology. So you need this technology so you can increase the quality of the data, but also to increase the efficiency and the productivity of that information, how you're going to take better decisions with that information. Because right now you have a lot of information, but it's not summarized on a way that you can use that information for the benefit of your organization or your countries. So right now, what we are seeing is the increase of using AI, blockchain, software tools on sustainability. The problem is that we're like, if you see sustainability, it's like a not mature topic inside business, and we're trying to increase that maturity as fast as we can so we can put on the same level as the financial information on the sustainability. So we have to make a run to chase the financial information as fast as we can.
Thank you, Manfred. Eugene, having the CARICOM Development Fund has been around for several decades, and how has technology deployment for these purposes developed through time at the CARICOM Development Fund?
All right. But we've been around for just about 15 years or so. But nonetheless, the issue of fintech and mobile payments, blockchain, is something that is very important in the area of development, and more specifically resilience development. If we want to achieve that, one of the things we've got to do is bring down the cost of borrowing to member states, especially in the Caribbean region where, we are looking at, all member states are looking at concessional financing. So, for instance, we are working on a project right now with the government of Suriname to bring electrification to the hinterland communities through distributed solar generation. And one of the things where technology comes into play is from the perspective of these communities. They are underserved, underbanked, etc. So how do they, let's say, pay for these services that are brought to them? And through mobile payments, you have an opportunity there where you marry into technology with resilient development to ensure that it reaches those underserved communities. So the issue of technology and fintech is that it brings financial inclusion to all stakeholders, and it, as I said, lowers the transaction cost. It also makes lending to underserved communities more efficient. One of the things that where we see technology and AI moving the needle in this area is that we have a lot of data sets of informations in different places, whether it be UNFCCC, etc., as the case may be, other larger financial institutions. And it's using the data sets of technology with the financial engineering to bring about a more inclusive form of development, part of the challenge is that you have issues with, for instance, infrastructure in terms of the internet connection in some of these underserved areas and so on. So that's a challenge that has to be addressed going forward. The regulatory issue and also the issue of cybersecurity is something that we need to touch on in terms of as we bring technology and finance together to support development in the SIDS, LDCs, and underserved communities. So we see a bright future for the use of artificial intelligence and blockchain to drive the development of adaptation projects, mitigation projects in the CARICOM region, and in fact, all of the underserved or less developed countries in the region. And I would want to make a call here for the larger organizations, be it the World Bank, the EBRD, etc., to embrace artificial intelligence to make smarter decisions which will bring the cost down for everybody, and so that we can have more development taking place, going forward in the future.
Thank you, Eugene. Jonathan, coming from the country that is synonymous with high tech and microchips, how do you call it? The magic mountain, is it? That you call the semiconductor industry in Taiwan. Having said that, from ICDF's perspective, what products and services are you willing to underwrite for your partners to help them deploy technology in their many programs? What programs and facilities do you have to that end?
Sure, that's a very tough question because our partner country always belongs to the developing countries. It's not easy to transfer the high tech or such the chips to these countries. But however, our core competence is to transfer our comparative advantage to our partner countries. That's the high technology. I just want to mention these kinds of technology and how to use this technology to embedded our foreign aid work. I just give you an example. In Belize, I think that there's or in Central America there is lots of hurricane every year, and lots of the areas are affected by the flood, and we are working with our Taiwan study very professional unit to use the satellite remote sensing technology for the government of our partner country to detect the potential area to be affected by the flood when the hurricane hits. And of course, this information of the image information is quite valuable for the country to drive the strategy of risk prevention action plans. And also, that's really also a good opportunity for them to have a roadmap of their disaster prevention. In addition, we also have several time to set up an IoT facility in specific regions to have warn the peoples to evacuate to the safe place before the flood coming. And in addition to the agricultural sectors, we also use these kinds of satellite technology to detect. The citrus sector, the orange is very popular in Central America, and so there is diseases affected by the citrus sectors, orange sectors. So let's spread all over the Central American regions. So we use this satellite technology to detect how many areas affected by the diseases. And the agricultural authority can draft the prevention of diseases spread strategies and to decrease the losses of agricultural farmers. So in addition to these technologies, we do have fintech. How can I say the fintech is a kind of digital instrument for the grassroots in our Africa partner countries, and that is kind of a technology tools for grassroots to shortage the financing gap between the financial institution and the individuals. We develop e-payment instrument for grassroots women, and they can use this APP to transactions with general stores or banking systems. That APP is not talking about the instrument. We are talking about the information of their transactions. This information is very valuable for financial institution because this is kind of their credit information. So, and collect enough information will be an asset of the grassroots women. They can use this kind of financial information to get funding additionally from the financial institution as well and expand their business operations. So that's our way to use our technology.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so far we've as an organization that participates in this panel, we're financing resiliency. So we've developed a product or a panoply of products and services that we're going to offer. We have the technological platform, which is cutting edge, hopefully, but we also need partners to go about in helping with these objectives. I would like to perhaps do some freelancing with the panel and inquire from them if they have what are their experiences with successful partnerships. Perhaps Manfred, in your experience as a consultant, where you've seen successful partnering in building resiliency, what are the features that you've seen that the partners commit to, for example? Get ready, Jonathan, because afterwards it's you. We're letting you catch your breath.
So what I have been seeing on climate resilience, it's strategic partnerships between governments and private sector. So, for example, in agriculture, you are seeing a lot of organizations on the private sector that has been building information related to climate change to understand better the conditions of a specific area. And also the government has been investigating about all the climate change, temperature on all the country. But they're not talking about how to share that information to use better and to create better information for farmers, little ones, bigger ones. It doesn't matter the size, but there's a lot of information that it's developed by different organizations, NGOs, public sector, private sector. And if we are able to create like a data mining system that can bring all that information together, but not only bring the information together, but to understand that information that everyone could use it, because the problem of that information is that it's too technical. So sometimes when you see the, for example, temperature or the climate information, no one is going to understand it. How we're going to traduce that information so it's going to be available for women, men, small farmers, medium farmers, big farmers, that can be implemented and useful to take better decisions. So what we have been seeing is, let's work together between private, public sector, NGOs, civil society to create better information that can create better information to everyone to take better decisions.
Great. So Jonathan, you wanted to share with us some thoughts.
Yes, I just yesterday I just read the UN financing report indicate that they still, if they are in the developing country, they want to go reach the sustainable development goals. They still remaining 4.2 trillion US dollar. It's so huge. The amount is so huge. Even last year's the ODA resources reached the historical peak. It's roughly 223 trillion. So it still have a large gap between financing gap between the ODA and overall financing demand. And however, reveals that the country, the government still, every country still cannot make it without any PPP initiatives. So as a public, as a rules of public, I think every country is the same. So the ICDF, such as the SDFI resources is limited and constrained. And for ICDF example, we just only have $6 million US dollar for capitals. So we have to carry out the right diversified development issues around the world. So the partnership is our core mandate for ICDF. How we can leverage the different resources together to enlarge the project impact is our concerns. And so our partnership is diversified, and we are dedicated to deepen the relationship with like-minded, whatever is the MDB or INGO, even the local communities is our good partners. For instance, of MDBs, we are lucky to have good partners such as CAPE and EBRD, as well as IADB, and in forms of co-financing or relending, as well as a special fund vehicle to leverage financial resources in different areas and different regions. So we are so lucky to have your good partners, and we not only to provide a concession to your institution, but also we are keen to learn from your experiences, how to identify, and how to assessment, and how to evaluate the ESG program or climate resilience program. So that's my answers.
Thank you so much. I believe I've asked too many questions so far, and I would like to open the space for a question or two from our audience.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Xu Yinjing. It's really a wonderful panel, and I think special thanks to moderator. Yeah, it's really full and everything. And my question actually goes to three of the MDBs, the three of the bankers. I would like to know, I heard that you all be implementing a GCF fund, like AE or like some other roles. My question is how, because the topic of this panel is focused on vulnerable groups. So how do you link up with GCF fund to facilitate it, and then especially support to let the fund flow to SIDS or LDC, those vulnerable countries, to increase the impact of the GCF fund. Especially, we all know nowadays the resources are very limited. And then for SIDS and LDCs, they are very difficult to access to this kind of climate fund. I don't know if anybody can answer my question, how MDB played a role to integrate this very important fund focus on SIDS or LDC. Thank you.
Manfred, would you like to field that question? Thank you.
Maybe I can tell you a little bit about the projects that we're implementing with GCF, because they are specifically focused on vulnerable communities on Central America, and one specifically on the corridor, the Central American Dry Corridor program that also involves the Dominican Republic. And we have two projects, the Cambio 2 program that is financing small, medium, and micro companies in Central America so they can adapt with technical support with GCF to increase their adaptation programs to the new reality on climate change. So that's Cambio 2 program. And then we have the Central American Dry Corridor, that is the restoration of watersheds and landscapes through ecosystem-based adaptation, benefiting more than 2.4 million people in that specific area. It has not been quite simple, this type of projects, to define who and what we're going to do with the GCF, and working together to understand not only the solutions that we think are better for these communities, but also having a stakeholder engagement to understand what they're expecting of this type of projects for the communities. So it's not us giving the complete solution to the communities. We're doing a stakeholder mapping, a stakeholder engagement with everyone to understand what is expecting or what is expected by the public sector, by the private sector, also the communities and also GCF to create a better program. It's not simple to understand that, but because sometimes you're going to find that what you were thinking it's better for that community, for them is not making sense because what they're living right now, it's going to take too much time. So sometimes the trouble that we're having is the short term is beating the long run. So sometimes the solution, the best solution, it will take 2, 3, 4 years so we can increase that solution or that we can improve the quality of that solution for that specific company. But what they're living right now, they have to solve it in 2, 6, or 8 months, or they could not continue with their practice or living in that specific area. So what we're trying to do is how can we begin building projects that can bring solutions on the short term, but thinking on the long run. And that's not simple because everyone is trying to use their money on a wise side of the financial practicity, but it's not going to make the best solution for the communities if you only focus on the short term. So it's like dichotomy that right now we're trying to solve with GCF and all other organizations. I don't know if...
I think Eugene wanted to go, and after Jan has something also to say. Thank you.
Just to support what Manfred has said, we recently accredited entity with the GCF. We've just signed our master agreement about 3 weeks ago. So what we're doing right now in terms of addressing your question is we are engaging, well, we have started a little before, engaging in that stakeholder process whereby we are talking to our member states, the different stakeholders, not only at the public sector, the ministry level, but also NGO, private sector, academia, to get a sense of where the challenge is, where the issue is, and what possible solution could be tailored to address the needs of the beneficiaries. Because at the end of the day, those are the persons who are going to be directly impacted and affected. The challenge is that, as Manfred pointed out, the process through the GCF takes some time while, as they say, the cow is starving, you're going through this thing. Fortunately, the GCF has heard the cry and they're beginning to turn, but it's like turning a tanker. It takes a little while to shift it. So, but nonetheless, there's an acknowledgement on their part. So what we've got to do is to ensure quality at entry. That is going to make the key difference. If we design the program right, with the stakeholders, we get a better outcome at the end of the day. Sometimes, yes, there's no shortcut. You may want a shortcut, but there are unintended consequences. So, yeah, it's better to go through the process, get it right, so that, as I said, quality in entry, and then you do your implementation and your monitoring. We just have to advocate as accredited entities to the GCF to sort of shorten that cycle of approval so that we can begin to deliver to the constituents. And especially when you have, especially among the democratically elected governments, it's a 5-year window. They want to see some results in 2-3 years, otherwise, they get antsy. They may want to bail on you. So we've got to do some things where we can provide some short-term quick wins, and there are things that can be done, and then we go for the long haul.
Thank you. I think Jan wants to wrap this up. This question.
You want a rapper?
Yes, the rapper. That's it.
Okay. No, I was in the BRD responsible for all our activities with the GCF. So we in that period we accrued over a billion in mandates across 7 programs, of which 2 I think are quite relevant to vulnerable people, which is a program with banks, local banks, to deploy mitigation and adaptation technologies. And the other one is, and I already mentioned an example with our Green City program. We don't have LDCs in our countries of operation. That may occur because we're expanding into sub-Saharan Africa as a bank, and may then include maybe that type of countries. But I do want to say all countries are vulnerable to climate change. And if you talk about this type of regions, a 3 degrees increase leads to an increase in summer temperatures of way in excess of 10 degrees. So it will impact these regions over time as well. And unfortunately, we haven't closed down the tap on the emissions, so we don't in fact know what temperature scenarios we are making ourselves resilient to. So these are kind of factors. But no, just as one further last example, we're working in Mongolia. Mongolia, you still have nomadic tribes that go around and live in their goods in the winter times. But we have seen that there is an increase of winter storms, making it that traditional way of living quite impossible. So we now working on programs to kind of enable them to relocate to more safe housing in the winter times, and we're doing now a project together with the GCF as a grant to kind of develop that for 2,500 households. So that's one of the things we're doing. It's not the least developing country, but it's still a developing country. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other question from the attendants? No? Well, okay. So on behalf of Deputy General Secretary Xi, of each of our great panelists, and myself, I would like to thank you for attending this forum. And let us wish you a successful rest of your COP29 engagements, and have a great day. Thank you.
We can go? Yes.
Test.
So, good morning or good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining this event on a tool that the IDFC facility supported the development. As you know, what is very important on the carbon and climate issue is the how much we remove CO2 from the atmosphere or before to be emitted, and this is really key to understand what are an impact. And in order to measure these emissions and to reduce also the emission avoided or the emission released, we need to have reliable methodologies and tools. This is what we call, in a generic word, the greenhouse gas accounting. And in order for the banks to be in position to report on the information on how the projects are useful, it's necessary to measure this emission avoided or reduced. So for that, the IDFC facility supported the development of a tool called a carbon meter in partnership with Carbon4. So we are going to present you that today. But before to enter in the demonstration of this tool, we would like just start with to give you some idea about what is the greenhouse gas accounting. After that, we will have a presentation from the tool from Carbon4 colleagues, and we will have a discussion with the banks that are involved in this project. But first of all, we are going to start with a presentation by Karsten Loeffler, from co-head of the Global Shield Solution Platform at Fordham School of Finance. Please, Karsten, the floor is yours for a presentation of this situation of the context on the greenhouse gas accounting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. It's a big pleasure being with you today, 19th November in Baku. It's a very good opportunity to present a tool. It's a very important tool for development banks. What I will now do is to provide an introduction to carbon accounting. First of all, what is greenhouse gas accounting? Greenhouse gas emissions accounting, to be precise. Second, why it is important for development banks, because that's the context for today. And I would not like to miss out that there's certainly some limitations with respect to greenhouse gas accounting in terms of what to take from that. See, whatever development finance institutions do, say those aspects should be considered as well. And I will conclude with that, and then we'll hand over to the presentation of the tool. So, first of all, just as a reminder, likely most of you will know that concept. See, the greenhouse gas accounting is, first of all, starting with companies' or corporates' own emissions. So this is displayed here in the center of the graph. So with own production, for instance, with its own facilities, its own vehicles. Those are also called the direct emissions or scope 1. But then there's sourced goods and sold goods, upstream and downstream activities. In that sense, we have in the upstream part purchased energy, that is actually scope 2, and everything else that you can see on this graph is scope 3. So that can be upstream purchased and leased goods, it can be everything that relates to transport. For development banks, in particular important investments. And investments comprise loans, for instance, as well. What is the bulk of the activities of development finance institutions? But as well as for producing companies, for instance, the use and processing of sold goods. Think about the automotive industry, so that's the use of a car, for instance. And transport as well, because say the produced goods very often needs to be transported. What is important here is when we talk about greenhouse gas accounting, then it's all about quantifying, measuring, tracking, reporting and finally verifying the emissions. And it's not only CO2, there's quite a long list of emissions that would be counted as greenhouse gases. The most prominent one is methane. There's quite some good reasons for development banks to have a very in-depth understanding of its financed emissions, and that's what we are mostly talking here, because the own premises, car fleet, that's not the bulk of the emissions that are under the responsibility of development finance institutions and finance institutions at large. Turning to that, then we will come to the point why greenhouse gas accounting is important for development banks. And there's basically three reasons that I see. First of all, target setting. What do we mean by that? It's alignment with carbon reduction or greenhouse gas reduction objectives, in line with, for instance, the UNFCCC Paris Agreement, where we all agreed to reach net zero by 2050, or national more ambitious goals. And that is reflected in most development finance institutions' policies as well. So then it's a very good tool to set own development finance institutions' reduction goals. That can be relatively defined, those can be absolutely defined, and there's various approaches as to intensities. Say, as per dollar invested, and then on the corporate or activity that is financed, based, for instance, on market capitalization, but maybe in this case related to turnover. And in doing that, in measuring the greenhouse gases, the greenhouse gas emissions of financed activities, in the end, the objective is to support the transition to a low-carbon economy, as I already said. And this aligns pretty well with stakeholder expectations, be it governments that often are kind of the backing institutions of development finance institutions, but as well as from the broader stakeholders, be it NGOs, other financing institutions who have a very decent look at what development finance institutions do. I can say from the German marketplace that KfW, for instance, plays a leading role in that, and everyone looks at what they are doing, and maybe there's something to learn. The second pillar here is risk management. Understanding climate-related risks is certainly supported by greenhouse gas emissions accounting. When finance emissions are being measured, it will come out that there's certain sectors that are more than others prone to forthcoming climate regulation, for instance, that might be more risky to invest in or to provide a loan for. And without looking at that decently in DFI's emissions reduction policy, it might come with some reputational risks. If you might miss out developments, and that might have even impacts on the financial risk position at one point. And that is not only related to transitional risks, that can be also related to physical risks. If some physical disasters struck, for instance, to physical assets like bridges, like ports, so there is a huge breadth of assets that might be affected, and where development finance institutions should have a very decent understanding about what that means. And certainly, having a proper risk management demonstrates as well that development finance institutions take this road to net zero emissions seriously. And then, maybe slightly less important, its own operations when it comes to managing its own buildings, managing its own car fleet, for instance. But there is a very important point here in terms of product development. So product development can address low carbon activities in a very decent way. For instance, with green loans, green guarantees. So the range is really huge. And that can provide incentives for your clients to actually transform their businesses as well. So the takeaways from this is that two things should be done. Project level carbon accounting in the first place, so that you have a very decent understanding about the project that is actually financed, but as well on an aggregated level, that you have an understanding about the portfolio, maybe on a sectoral portfolio level, but as well as the overall portfolio level, that it's managed in a way that is in line with your own DFI's carbon reduction ambitions. With that, I'd like to come, and this is my last slide, to the limitations of greenhouse gas accounting. In my view, it's very important to be cognizant of those limitations, because if you believe the numbers without taking a step back and reflecting, you might come to wrong conclusions. In particular, in developing country contexts, data gathering might be an issue, so you would have to deal with proxies. They might not be accurate, but certainly a better way than doing nothing. And myself, I did it to some extent in Georgia a year ago. It was really interesting to see how one could get further and further to the real emission data, starting with proxies. And then you can advance over time, enhance the quality. Very important is to distinguish between just measure greenhouse gas emissions and actual impact. Just financing what is already low emissions might not come with large impact, because where finance should go in particular are those industries, those sectors that need to decarbonize. So what is currently high emissions and needs to become low emissions. So that would reflect in your carbon accounting, and by just looking at the pure numbers, you won't get any further. So that's the wrong incentive. So it's important to take a step back and to make plans where you want to get to. And by that, looking at the carbon emissions over time, so have this dynamic component is of very high importance. And certainly with respect to the development finance institutions that come together under the IDFC, it's important to have comparable numbers. So it's very important to have a common standard now, a tool that supports exactly this. So basically, to conclude, carbon accounting in my view is a tool, a key building block. However, only the start of the journey. So it's an essential that one has to have. And with that, I'd like to hand over back to you, Mustafa. Many thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Carsten. I think that's, thank you very much to recall us that the importance of the tools and also the importance for the banks to set goals, why they need to use this tool and under which conditions, and also the limitations that the tool is a tool. You couldn't transform wrong data in right data. We have to ensure of the quality of the data that we collect, and this is really an important message for those who would like to use. Now coming back to this tool that we have produced with the assistance of Carbon 4, I will give the floor to Morgane Le Guen and Inès de la Comble, who are going to present us this tool. And so we will leave the question for the end, even after the presentation of the panel. So I don't know if you can hear us, Morgane and Inès, if you are ready. We can't hear them. Morgane and Inès, are you okay? Can we start? Okay, so the floor is yours, Morgan and Ines, for the presentation of the tool. Thank you again for being with us today.
Yeah, and thanks, Carsten, for this introduction to GAG accounting. Hi, everyone. I am Morgane Le Guen, manager at Carbon4. Carbon4 is a leading consultancy firm based in France and working all over the world on climate and biodiversity subjects. I am not alone here. I'm here with Ines de la Comble, my colleague from Carbon4. Ines and I were the project developers of the IDFC Carbometer, so the tool that we will present today. And Razenka and Mustafa were the coordinators of the project. You can switch to the slide, actually. You will see the faces of the people I'm mentioning. So Ines and I are delighted to present you the IDFC Carbometer today. But before switching to the demo of the tool with Ines, we wanted to give you a little bit of context about this tool. The story began more than 1 year ago. It was in October last year, with the IDFC looking for its own carbon footprinting tool. Mustafa, who is present today, was the climate coordinator of the IDFC, and he was looking for carbon experts to develop a tool for the IDFC. When he met our company, Carbon4, it happens that we already had such a tool. We already had developed this kind of tool of carbon footprinting for real assets. Indeed, at Carbon4, we work with many financial institutions in both equity and debt. But some adjustments were needed. The tool was not dedicated for the IDFC needs. So we had to interview, so it's the slide before, sorry. I can see the slide. Yeah, it's this one. And basically, we had to do some adjustments on the tool. That's why this project was a 1-year project with 3 steps. The first steps was interviews of 6 banks of the IDFC to gather a list of needs, a list of specifications to be developed. The second step was actually the development, the IT development of the specifications. And the last and third step was the tests, the beta test of the tool with some other banks of the IDFC. You can see on the map the banks that took part in the project. So it's not all of the IDFC members, but some of them. And we thank them again for their help in the project. So these banks were either part of the step 1 for the interviews or part of the step 3 for the tests. We are really happy to launch the tool actually in November this year. The tool is now ready to use, so do not hesitate to contact Razenka or me if you want to have access to the IDFC Carbometer. And I will let now the floor to Ines, who will make a demo of the tool, and then some beta testers will do a testimony also.
Thank you very much, Morgane. Is my screen well shown on the screen?
Yes.
Great. So here I am in the front page of the IDFC Carbometer, and I can enter my credentials to log in. I arrive on a page that is the portfolio page, where I will be able to carry out 5 actions. Create portfolios or credit lines, create analysis and assets. This is the first action to do. I can collect and input some data on my infrastructures. And I can also launch the calculations and see the results. I will see the results in this portfolio tab, but also aggregated in the dashboard tab. So let's deep dive in this all these functionalities of the portfolio page. I create a portfolio or a credit line. I can name my portfolio, maybe portfolio COP29, and an analysis analysis COP29. What is the difference between the two? Within one portfolio, I can make several analyses of a bunch of assets. For instance, I will be able to do to measure my carbon footprint for reporting year 2023 and do the same with the same portfolio in 2024, for instance. This will allow me to follow the evolution of my credit line or portfolio in the time, not only measure the carbon footprint once. I can also select either the compliance that is SFDR and PCAF or lifecycle view. SFDR is a reporting directive in Europe, and PCAF is a standard for reporting throughout the world. These are very, very well recognized standards in order to report emissions. But if I would like to do a due diligence, for instance, in order to know in advance how will my portfolio evolve, or what would be the carbon footprint of a specific asset if I include it in my portfolio, I can select the life cycle view. The main difference will be that the construction of the infrastructure will be amortized over its whole lifetime, while in the SFDR or PCAF compliance, I will have this construction phase only during the construction period. I can also click on the consolidation in order to have the results of my portfolio at the portfolio level and not only at the asset level. Now I can add some assets to my portfolio. I can add as many as I want. Maybe I can select one that is already existing in the tool, or I can in the drop-down menu, or I can create a new one. I can create it, maybe asset for COP29, and select the type of my asset. Types are very varied. There's about 80 type of assets that we can select. It can be energy, buildings for sports, health, education. It can be also transport assets, IT assets such as data centers or fixed networks, for instance. It can be infrastructure relating to waste or to water. Today, I will select a solar PV asset. I can also select the continent, and if I know it, the country of my asset. Let's say Ivory Coast. All countries over the world are covered. I can save my assets, add some new ones if I want, but since we are a little bit short in time, I will only take one just to show you. I save my portfolio, and now I arrive on the page of my analysis. Here I have some information concerning my analysis, when it was created, who did it, because I can use this tool, but all my colleagues can use it too, and see my results, maybe create new analysis in the same portfolio. And I know that now I need to complete the data collection grid. Here I have two collection grids for each asset, the financial one and the physical one. The financial one will be questions such as the turnover, which is not a mandatory question. Mandatory questions are marked with a red star. Let's say there's 100 million euros. I can also have a configuration of the tool with dollars if needed. I can select if it's a brown field, a green field, or mixed asset. Let's say I invested when the asset was already in operation, so it's a brownfield asset. I can also say if it's a debt or equity investment. Let's say it's a debt investment. My asset entered the fund in 2022. The commitment of my bank was, let's say, 100 million euros. This is only the commitment of my bank. I also need to input the total project's debt. Let's say 200,000 euros, 200 million euros, and the total project equity. This will also include other banks' investments. And this data is used in order to allocate the greenhouse gases of my infrastructure only to the share that I invest. So here I have only 25% of the investment, of the total investment. I will only have 25% of the total carbon footprint. Now let's look at the physical data. I said that my asset was already in operation when I started investing in it, and let's say it was in 2020. I can know the output of the plant. Let's say it's 200 megawatt hours per year. And the capacity is, let's say, 20 megawatts. Depending on the compliance, I will have more or less questions. And depending also on the type of asset, I will have more or less questions. Here it is a very specific case where I have few questions. Then I reached the third action that I can do in this portfolio tab. I request an analysis. The analysis is now running, and I will be able to see the results in the same page. Just for being quicker, I will grab an analysis that was already carried before to show you the results. Here in this analysis that was launched just last month, I have 4 different assets: a data center, a hospital, a second hospital, and a solar PV power plant. And I have I can see all the input data that was put here. I can download the input. I can download the empty data collection grid, and I can also see all the results. Here I have a basic description of my portfolio. Nothing dealing with carbon footprint for the moment. I can see what is the share of all of my assets in the portfolio, and I can see what are the shares of asset types in my portfolio. Then I have results of the carbon footprint at portfolio level. So overall, the greenhouse gases emissions of my portfolio are 27 kilotons of CO2 equivalent per year for this reporting year. The carbon footprint is 306 tons of CO2 emissions, CO2 equivalent per million euros of investment. This means how much do I emit with this portfolio for every million euros that I invest. And the final figure is the same, but relates to the million euros of turnover. So how much do I earn for? How much do I emit for each million euro that I earn? Then there's the carbon footprint of the portfolio with the detail per asset. I can see for each asset the different scopes. In fact, there is scope 1, scope 2, but also scope 3 that is very important for infrastructure. And this detail per asset is also distributed with construction that is in scope 3. Here, construction is 0 for all the assets. A detail of operation phases, so operation scope 1, that will be the consumption of oil, fuel, gas. Operation scope 2, here it is 0, but it will be consumption of electricity. And operation scope 3, for instance, the upstream of energy that are in the scope 1 and scope 2. These are the emissions related to operating and maintenance and the maintenance of the assets. I have also the use of the assets. For instance, for data center, it will account for the data that is going in and out of the data center. I have the same distribution over with percentages, and finally, all these informations are summed up in a table with all the information concerning my assets and the results. I can download these results as an Excel file and use it to analyze the digits on Excel, to send to some colleagues, and so on. These are the results of a portfolio, and thanks to the IDFC project, we developed a dashboard tab where I will be able to see all the results that I have in my portfolios, all at once in one page. I can choose the reporting year, the compliance, and its status. Is it only the assets that are in construction or the ones that are in operation? I will be able to download all this in a KPI file as an Excel format, and I can choose the analysis that I want. I can select and unselect them, and even select or unselect some assets. Then I will be able to see all the results of the selected assets and analysis. There will be 5 KPIs for the different overviews. The number of projects that are selected, the amount of financing, the greenhouse gases allocated to the portfolios that are selected. The same but not allocated overall. And finally, the carbon footprint, that is to say, the tons of CO2 emissions related to the million euros financed. And I will find the same KPIs per region. Here I have 3 regions: Europe, Mediterranean Sea without Europe, and North America. Per country, I have France, Turkey, United Kingdom, so on. But also per sector, energy sector, IT sector, mobility, tertiary buildings, such as hospital or stadiums. And per subsector, that is to say, the asset types, for instance, railway networks, roads, hospitals, and so on. So here is the dashboard tab. And just to finish with this presentation, there is also an asset tab where I can find all the assets that were created. For instance, I have this asset for COP29 that is here. And I can see in which analysis it was used. I can also see all the people in my team. That was for the demo. Morgan, do you want to take back the floor for the final part?
Sure, thanks a lot, Ines. And just to mention, this was obviously fictive examples. You could see overviews on the dashboard by region, by country, by sector, by subsector. But just to mention about the coverage of the tool, as Ines said, we cover all the world, so every country can be assessed. And regarding the sector, we could see only 4 sectors here on the dashboard, but we cover 6 sectors. I think transport was not mentioned, but we do cover this sector, and the other one was maybe waste or water. I don't know anymore, but we cover 80 asset type to assess carbon footprint with the IDFC carbometer. So I think we are good with the demo, and let's maybe switch to the testimonies of the testers. Drazenka, do you want to start, or maybe anyone else?
Okay, maybe I can start. Hi everyone, my name is Draženka Draženović-Kostelac, and I am working with the Croatian National Development Bank as an advisor to the management board, and I'm also partially seconded to the IDFC facility. So I am working together with Mustafa with all kinds of projects, and especially for this project where we have together helped and coordinated development of this tool. So we were not in HBOR, we were not official beta testers, but I used the opportunity to show this tool to my colleagues. So we tried to test it on a few fictive examples. And what we can together conclude that it is very much user-friendly. It is very simple to use, and you can have like very clear results through KPIs and graphs. You can import data in the Excel table, and you can use it for other purposes, for other analysis, which is very much convenient. And for the banks that are like beginners in greenhouse gas accounting, like HBOR, it
Yes. Yes, we can. We were disconnected and we could see the mention, the meeting is full for information.
I think that we have a connection. Huh? Yeah, maybe you can go to testimony of.
Islam?
You connected again with Drazenka? Not yet.
Francesca.
So we can go with hello. So we have three other panelists. Rizlan Nouril from CDG, Joshua Partouji from PTSMI, and of course, so we can maybe you can go to the testimony of Rizlan. Rizlan, you want to? Oh, sorry, to Francesca. We have also Francesca Spinozzi from CDP. Francesca, you want to start? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, depending on where you are. So this is Francesca Spinosi from the Italian DFI Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, or CDP. I work for CDP Ex Ante Impact Assessment Team, which, among others, is responsible for assessing the impact potential of project proposals tabled at CDP investment committees. And this includes also projects submitted to the Italian Climate Fund, which is managed by CDP. So the reason why we decided to test the tool in the very first place is because, as it was mentioned at the introduction, it's really crucial for us to perform credible and comparable GHG accounting analysis. And it's really important also to being able to have benchmarks compared to the estimates that we get from our counterparts and to other methodologies that you may assess with different assumptions. So first of all, echoing on what Darzenka mentioned before, in terms of what we really enjoyed about the testing period is that you don't need to go through a very long instruction manual to start testing the tool. It's really user friendly, and it enables to navigate easily and quickly between the different sections as it was demonstrated during this call today. And compared to other tools we have been testing, I will say that in terms of asset coverage, the list is really wide, and it represents 95% of the assets that we assess in CDP's operations. So that's really amazing compared to other tools we have been testing. And the same goes for the geographical representation, because we work more with both developing and developed countries, and the tool includes essentially global coverage. So this is also a very appreciated feature of the tool. In addition to this, we really appreciated the fact that automatically the tool produces really useful graphical outputs, both at project level and portfolio level, including, as Ines showed, breakdown by country, by asset type, by scope, and by sector, for instance. Another feature which we really appreciated is the possibility to export results in Excel very easily. So you can copy paste and you can integrate the outputs of the analysis in additional analysis you may be performing, such as economic analysis or financial analysis, which for us is extremely beneficial. And last but not least, also the really easy access to the platform in terms of connecting with login features, and also the flexibility to add new team members. It works like sort of a social network. It's really, really easy to work in group. So really appreciate it as well. In terms of what we would like to propose in terms of potential new developments and improvements of the tool. So in my team, we would like to use the tool mainly for due diligence purposes, and so to perform ex-ante GHG emissions avoided or reduced from a project compared to one or more baseline scenarios. Therefore, we would greatly benefit from an expansion of the tool's feature in this sense. It will be extremely useful for us to have the possibility to create a portfolio per each project and to be compared with with one or more baseline scenarios, and having the tool to automatically compute this. So this is the experience from CDP. I really hope we can integrate also this additional feature, but overall we had a really positive experience. I'll hand over to the next tester, I guess. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Maybe I understand that Rajenka, you are back. If you would like to conclude your speech before we go ahead with other colleagues. Thank you very much, Rajenka.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wait, I apologize for the inconvenience. I was dropped off from the and now I cannot use my camera, so apologies. I wanted to emphasize that, like we were using in HBOR, we were testing the tool, and I would like to say that the tool is very much user friendly. It is very simple to use, and you can have clear results of the tool. You can see the KPIs and all the graphs, and you can import the data in the Excel table, so you can use it for your other analysis and purposes afterwards. What is very much important for the banks that are starting with this gas accounting and with this exercise, the banks that maybe don't have all the data about the projects that they are financing, the tool is very good because it uses standards and proxies if you don't have all the input data. So I would recommend the tool to the banks that are starting in this greenhouse gas exercise because it is really simple and very beneficial. And I would also like to say that for our IDFC members, if you are interested, as Morgana said already, if you are interested to test the data, to see the data, and contact me and have a question about it. So thank you. I will.
Thank you very much, Drazenka. Rizlan, you would like to say a few words about your experience on this tool? Rizlan, can you hear me? So Rizlan from
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, very well. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa, and thank you, the team, for giving us this opportunity to share our experience as well within the tool. So CDG being part of this testing phase was for us really an opportunity to explore how to use for the first time this kind of tools, how to measure our GHG emissions carbon without accurate information. Since the carbon data is not requested at this stage to disclose in our region, we are starting the process of setting up our climate policy, so step by step, and the tool is one of the phases that gives us more assurance that it's easy to use and to handle. And with it, we ensure that we are in the right way in the guidance, and we can calculate our own GHG emissions and carbon footprint without having to engage with consultants on lengthy and costly projects. So it allows us to understand the portfolio and to calculate emissions data, and it can be a good tool to set as well targets. We can say that the tool is useful with the minimum inputs data. We can predict scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 on different stages of projects, on constructions or operations. It's easy to have as well a global view on the other assets managed by different contributors within the group, since we are a large group. So we can have this view as well. And through the information requested within the tool, it's easy as well to review our checklist and data collection process by including some data points to our clients' questionnaire. I think that as well for the reporting, regarding the reporting, it allows banks generally using the tool so to report on the percentage of the GHG and carbon within a portfolio and create a kind of learning curve by category and nature of projects. It's a photo in the instant zero that push bank to set up an action plan to reduce more and more their project carbon footprint. So as shared by CDP, so if what we can recommend and request more is it's this kind of sectorial baselines information, and to allow us to compare with different banks using the tool and giving us this kind of baseline and comparison features.
And for this very important questions, I would like maybe now to give to the last colleague, but not the least, Joshua. You want to say what about your experience at PTSMI, which is the Indonesian Bank of Development. Please, Joshua, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mustafa. Thank you, colleagues. So I think my comments are more or less the same with previous colleagues. I mean, we found that the tool is very easy to use, user-friendly, and then, as I think Adriana already mentioned earlier, that it is flexible enough to be used even without some primary data, so using proxy, so that really helps. And the user-friendliness means that almost anyone can use the data, so we have the same consistent output no matter who is operating the tool. So it's nice to have that capability, and it provides us with credible calculations based on PCAF, and then credible and consistent data. That's also a plus, and it will manage us to manage our emissions data and calculation and monitoring easier, better. So that really helps us, because even though we don't have a lot of projects in our portfolio, but it's growing, and it will need to do the evaluation annually. So that really helps. And also the visualizations will help us in contextualizing our emissions, our project's emissions, our intensity of our emissions relates to economic intensity of our portfolio. So, the previous colleague mentioned that it's a good tool to have so that we can compare what our economic intensity is with other banks and or even other within our portfolio between sectors. So that really helpful. We can also with the baseline that we have, with the finance emission that we have, it kind of support or help us in target setting. So target setting where we want to go to in terms of our finance emissions. With this data, with this tool, I mean, we can do that a little bit easier. A couple of things that we think is worth adding, if possible, to the tool is that if we can have information about the data quality score of the emissions that we calculated, and probably some information about the this is similar to what the previous colleague mentioned, the performance of our project. So if we whether a project's emissions is in line with the sectoral pathway, for example, or how far they are behind when compared to sectoral pathway, and to see what we can do to help our clients in meeting those transition plans. So I think that's all from me, Mustafa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I don't know if there are questions here. I see it's only one. If you have questions, I don't know if no, I don't see any questions. But to summarize what I've just heard is that this tool seems very, very useful and very easy to use. The question is about, many members mentioned this question of having a baseline. So it's related to the fact that often we need to have relative emissions information, and this tool is producing absolute value emissions. So it's important for the bank sometimes to have this contrafactual baseline so they can understand how the project can improve the situation. And this is something that on which we have discussion with Carbon 4. And maybe getting back to the how we implemented this project was agree with the Carbon 4 that we finance the development of capability of existing tool, which was developed further earlier by Carbon 4. We produce a basic tool which could be really very useful for any member, and it's to the members who would like to have further development to deal directly with Carbon 4. So this tool will be proposed to all the members as different costs, depending on the number of the project they will assess, they will analyze, and it is to every member. It's up to every member to choose the best option they want. I stop here. And I thank everyone. We are 2 minutes ahead of the schedule, which is very rare to note. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karsten. Thank you, Morgan, Ines, Francesca, Rizlan, Joshua, and Draženka, and mainly Draženka for the work done to coordinate this very heavily this program. And those who would like to have more information can contact us through the different partners, or contact me if they want to have more information about this tool. Thank you very much for those who participated and attended this session. And see you for another session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
insist then. Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear us all okay. And hopefully you can see us as well on the screen. So we have quite a few panelists online for this event. It's a bit of a special one for us. Thank you very much for joining us on this COP29 event of the Mainstreaming Initiative. I'm Claire Chalier, for those of you who don't know me. I'm the head of the Secretariat of the initiative. And as I was saying, it's a bit unusual because I'll be moderating this event online this year since we were not able to travel to COP. But I'd like to start by warmly thanking the panelists that have joined us both in person and online today, despite what we know is a very busy schedule for all of you. And also a bit of a tradition is that every year we dedicate at least one event to climate risk management and the latest developments related to the topic. I know that you'll all agree that financial institutions have a very central role to play in supporting the resilience of our economies, and this implies the integration and the mainstreaming of climate-related risks into their frameworks and their strategies. So what we're going to do in today's event is we're going to try to highlight some of the recent findings on climate risk management relevant to financial institutions, but also to try to identify ways in which financial solutions have been developed for counterparties to manage that risk better and more broadly for them to be better managed in the global economy. So by doing so, we're going to ultimately contribute to better addressing global climate risks, going further beyond climate risk disclosure at risk entity level management, but also counterparty level. And we're going to start with three short scene-setting presentations before hearing from some of our supporting institutions who'll be sharing their experience. And without, I think, any further ado, I'll start by introducing Jaspreet Kaur from CPI. Jaspreet, you're online. Thank you for joining, and you'll be taking us through some of your recent work on which climate risks are material and to which type of investors and how, I think. And I believe the slides are online, so you're going to have to ask our technical team to pass them if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide, I think.
Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so very good evening, everyone. I am Jaspreet Kaur from Climate Policy Initiative. And today I will be talking about which type of climate risk it's important for which type of investor and when does it matter and how. So starting with, we all know that climate change is no longer solely an environmental issue, but now it has become a pressing financial concern, and it is reshaping the landscape of investment and lending decisions. So now even banks and financial institutions are required to recognize the significance of climate risk and integrate them not just by increasing the disclosures, but also in their investment decisions, risk management processes, and day-to-day operations. So the key point here is that can you just go to the next slide? Sorry, yeah, next slide. Yeah. So the key point here is that climate-related risk trajectories and the transmission channels, they differ across investor classes. For example, it will be different for banks, financial institutions, institutional investors, and equity investors. So the key question is which climate-related financial risks are material to which type of investors? When these could affect their investment, that is, what will be the time horizon and how material is that risk of financial loss? So here today, I'll go through the climate-related financial risk for whom, when, and how. Now, can you please just move to the next slide? Yeah. So before talking about the risk and the type of investors, first, the potential impact of climate change on financial system manifests through two primary channels. So first is physical risk and transition risk. So as we all know that physical risk relates to damage caused to property, land, and infrastructure due to extreme weather events and natural disaster, while transition risk relates to regulatory, legal, and market changes associated with global transition to net zero and low carbon emissions. Most likely, both of these risks are going to likely to rise over the next 2 decades, with transition risk coming into picture with increased governmental regulations and physical risk manifesting as global temperature rises. And for developing countries like India, physical risk is even more important, and they are more vulnerable to them because of their limited ability to adapt to climate impact. Now, whether it is physical risk or transition risk, it will become a financial risk, and this would depend upon the investor time horizon, the size of the investment, diversification of the overall portfolio, as well as hedging mechanism that they have in place. Next slide, please. Now, if we talk about, let's say, banks, banks are the lending institutions which have short to medium term lending periods, and they face physical risk, which can disrupt businesses and household incomes at any time. While this would provide them ability to, the transition risk to materialize gradually. So they are more vulnerable to physical risk because physical risk would impact the bank assets to diminish in value and even increase the default risk of their loan portfolios. It basically arises as banks are directly exposed to businesses, households, and economies that might get affected by climate events. For example, household homeowners might face losses and diminish in their property values due to rising sea levels or higher incidence of extreme weather events, which can ultimately impact bank mortgage portfolios. Or if banks are exposed to, providing capital to housing assets, then any housing assets in areas which are prone to flooding or water scarcity, that could also impact their uh, portfolios. Now, transition risk are material for bank, but they present challenges related to basically charging the borrowers for the negative externalities that they are producing. For example, financial regulators worldwide are now nudging banks and financial institutions to incorporate greenhouse gas emissions into their pricing of loans and investments. So basically to increase the cost of loans so that they can encourage the companies to reduce their negative environmental impact. So as a borrower, transition risk might not materialize in the short to medium term because this is going to happen over the period of time and in long run. Now coming to next slide, please. Yeah, now coming to institutional investors, which includes insurers, reinsurers, pension funds, and mutual funds, they are exposed to physical and transition risk. And in this case, transition risk materializes on the asset side of their balance sheet because of their exposure to companies with business models not aligned with low carbon economics. For example, fossil fuel producers that are there in their portfolio may experience reduced earnings, business disruptions, and even higher funding expenses due to change in government policy or technological advancement. Similarly, coal producers might also grapple with the new or expected policies curbing carbon emissions, and even number of banks, large banks, have pledged not to provide financing for new coal facilities. So institutional investors are going to be exposed to such transition risk on their asset side. Similarly, for physical risk, business disruptions and decreases in household income can impact the value of the financial assets. But when we talk about physical risk, the case for insurance companies will be a little different because they are not just exposed to physical risk on their asset side of the balance sheet, but also at the liability side, which is arising from the potential for increased insurance claim due to natural disasters. So if a natural disaster is going to happen, then there will be increased insurance claim from households and even businesses. So they are exposed to physical risk on both the sides of their balance sheet. However, given the long-term tenure, institutional investors are exposed more to transition risk as compared to physical risk. Now, next slide, please. Yeah. For equity investors, their return depends upon the yield, that is the dividends, and also on capital appreciation, which is basically due to the potential profit generation over a period of time by the company. If the investee company is not integrating climate change considerations into their business decision making, then the long-term sustainability of their profit may be questionable. So equity investors might get higher returns from carbon emitting stocks, but market perception may not continue to overlook on basically the climate risk because the duration for equity investors is usually long term, and these transition risk is going to come into picture in the long run. So with widespread scientific consensus on climate change and government taking up various new regulations and taxes, so it is anticipated that it is going to rise in future, and thus it will impact the equity investors. So for equity investors, they must be cognizant of the government's carbon pricing pathway, which could eventually materialize in future. When we talk about physical risk, it is also important for equity investor, but it will materialize if the investee company is not taking steps to basically make their business operation resilient to physical risk as even in their day-to-day operations and enterprise risk management. If they are taking such steps like large corporation, then physical risk might reduce for equity investor, but this is something which depends case to case and industry to industry. So, for example, physical risks are more problematic for companies where location determines the value of an asset. For example, properties or ports which are more prone to floods, storms, cyclones. So they are going to experience changes in decrease in the value of the assets. So equity investor need to be cautious, and as the investee corporation, if they are making those measures, they are taking those measures now or have the plans to mitigate the physical risk. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that climate risk can certainly create financial risk, but the specifics matter, and it is very important to be clear about the time frames, the likelihood, and the magnitude. Sorry, next slide, please. Yeah. So it would be all types of investors are required not to disregard transition risk in carbon intensive industries, specifically because of the evolving government climate action. And as the climate crisis deepens, government may accelerate and take increasing mitigation measures. So this will increase the transition risk. So it should not be overlooked. In case of physical risk, this should not be overlooked by lenders and investors with short to medium term investment horizon, because climate change will bring risk which would be immediate and it can happen at any time. So ignoring that risk is no longer an option. So by integrating climate change into the investment and financing decision making, corporation basically can mitigate the risk and position themselves better. And also, this is something which now is no longer a choice but a strategic necessity. Thank you.
Claire, I think you're on mute. Fair point. I thought I was in the room there. Thank you. I was saying thank you very much, Jaspreet. That was really interesting, and it was very insightful on the different ways in which physical and transition risk can materialize differently depending on the type of financial actor, the type of assets, the different contexts, and the importance of also having adequate time horizons. That was really useful. Thank you very much for setting the scene for us so nicely. And I'm now going to turn to Remco, who's going to add a little bit to this by sharing some information on one of your flagship reports related to climate risk, the climate risk landscape, and maybe with a focus on climate risk tools in financial institutions governance. Remco, if that's okay, over to you. And I believe you also have slides, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you, Claire, and hi everyone, and greetings also back to the IDFC pavilion, where just last week I was sitting at in person, and so now joining virtually from our offices here in Geneva. I think I'll speak a little bit without slides first, just recapping a little bit in terms of where we're at as UNEP-FI on our climate risk work, and what's the history to that, and how does that work sit alongside some of the other kind of flagship platforms that we have as UNEP-FI, such as the Principles for Responsible Banking, Net Zero, the multiple Net Zero alliances, etc. And then I think I'll land on the slides that I have, and that summarize, as Claire you were saying, some of the key insights and summaries in that climate risk landscape report that is UNEP-FI, as you said, we put out annually. But in terms of UNEP-FI, yes, I think most people probably will know us, those attending this session. We have, I think, 600 now, so somewhere in between 600 and 700, I think, financial institutions in our membership, from banks, insurance, and we work very closely with the PRI on investment topics. Members from all parts of the world, all continents. And I think the split is roughly 50% developed country membership and 50% developing country membership. So truly kind of global perspectives on these topics. And historically, I'd say that you go back 20 years or so, and then you look back, and for most of this time at UNEP-FI, really the focus has been environmental risks. And opportunities. It's always obviously the thing that you want to protect against, and the thing that you want to grow more of. When it comes to sustainability and sustainable development challenges, and really always focused on how financial institutions can better understand those risks, assess those risks, and quantify the risks, etc., and ultimately also, of course, disclose the risks and manage the risks. So this has always been part of our work. Now, all of this, just to also say this here, got a major boost, and in terms of importance, in 2017, when the TCFD recommendations came out and created kind of the new, almost like a new chapter worldwide on climate risk management, climate risk assessments, climate risk disclosures by private sector institutions. Really, it wasn't only about the finance sector, and some of the key novelties just also to in the TCFD framework that we're seeing now also implemented in some of the regulatory schemes that we see emerging, whether it's on stress testing, whether it's kind of the extent to which ISSB is being mainstreamed into disclosure regulations around the world. Many of these elements came out of the TCFD. And basically, there are really 3 or so key novelties in that framework. Number one is that financial institutions need to be disclosing themselves. They're also issuers of disclosures and not only readers of disclosures, which had been the case up until then, because of course they're also affected by risks. They accumulate risks, on their loan books, in a way that even if that happens, across the finance sector, could lead to financial instability. So really important that the world starts receiving and continues receiving climate risk disclosures from specifically financial institutions. Number two, and the previous speakers spoke to this. Climate risk is not one thing. It's probably 3 things at least, and then there's many different subcategories: physical risk, transition risk, and litigation risk. And under transition risk, I would also highlight that some people see 2 different compartments there. One is decarbonization risk, so the risk from economies decarbonizing, but there's also the risk of economies becoming more adapted to physical climate change risk, the physical risks, and both are considered transition risks. That was number 2. The number 2 novelty in the TCFD was to say climate risk is really multiple risks and a whole universe of risks. And number 3, and the most important one, was that risks need to be forward-looking. Up until then, risks were assessed on a snapshot, like what's the situation now? What carbon pricing schemes do we have now or are kind of in the pipeline? what's the weather variability or the likelihood of extreme weather, now. But of course, in a world that is, dominated by climate change, everything changes, and we need to start being forward-looking. And so, to us, the TCFD then really created, a lot of momentum at UNEP-FI, and we've been working on the TCFD and subsequent frameworks ever since 2017. And our work really on all of that, when we work on these topics, TCFD implementation by the finance sector, when we work on that with our members, we work on the pre-competitive stages, right? The market building stages, because at some point the hope, of course, is that all of these risks and the tools and the data and the methods that the finance sector and other decision makers need for that there's no need for a UNEP intervention, that there's a market out there that kind of is competitive and vibrant and growing and that delivers those services. So our work again is in the pre-competitive space. And as part of that pre-competitive, that market building space, since 2017, we've been developing a number of various methodologies. We've developed transition risk methodologies, like first generation methodologies. Again, by now there's also fifth generation methodologies, so seventh generation methodologies. But for us, our value add was developing the first generation methodologies at the time. We've done it on transition risks, on physical risks, even on litigation risks, and we've done it for commercial banks, for institutional investors, and for the insurance industry, and so on. And one of the things that we've started doing more recently, and with that we can move to the next slide, is to really look at, in the next slide even, beyond us, piloting very innovative methodologies, now that there is a market of many, many vendors and experts kind of offering their solutions, their climate risk solutions, their climate risk methods to the financial industry to do a mapping of what does that market look like today. And we've done that in 2023, as you can say, and now we've just recently, earlier in the year, issued the 2025 iteration of this climate risk landscape report. And what this really does, it just, maps the market. And of course, what we're hoping to do in mapping the market, again, the market of climate risk tools, methods, and data for financial institutions, and in mapping the market and seeing and also showing how different methods and different solutions differ, of course, we're hoping to catalyze the market, to grow the market, and to help our members and other financial institutions beyond our membership to be able to navigate that market. And it's not only a mapping, there's also obviously insights won through this exercise. Kind of we identify trends, we identify challenges, we identify also roadmaps that financial institutions can use to build up their climate risk assessment capabilities and solutions. So if we go to the next slide, I can start speaking with the time I have left to some of the things that we've identified here in terms of what are the key trends that we see in this market now that we are in the competitive part of the journey. Number one, we're seeing a lot of sophistication and consolidation. Many different, you had a lot of many startups in the beginning, and now the startups are either being bought up by bigger firms or they're merging. And the point is they're combining their expertise and their skills with the skills provided by others. And you see a few examples here mentioned on the slide. What we're seeing a lot is that that the data providers are also kind of working together with the modeling, and the risk methodology providers. And of course, as that consolidation happens, we're seeing a lot of sophistication. So you will see, on the right-hand side of the slide, I speak of enhanced data input. And that has a lot to do with the individual user being able, the individual FI, as they're using a tool or as they're using a method, for that method or that tool to be really tailorable and customizable to the client at hand. And we're seeing that really as one of the key trends that, we're seeing enhanced data inputs that help solutions be tailored to the financial institution at hand. We're seeing emerging functionalities. So one of the emerging functionalities that we see in all of this is tools that help FIs comply with emerging regulation in this space. And that's a result of there being a lot of emerging regulation in the space, whether it's on disclosure regimes, on climate-related stress testing regimes. And now we're seeing the market kind of build that out and offer those functionalities. We see more AI, surprisingly, in the post-ChatGPT era that AI is being integrated, though that comes with its own challenges. And we're also seeing that, people in the early days, all of these methods and data provision were black boxes. And basically, financial institutions inputted their kind of, input data, and then they received something out of the black box. Now that's changing. Financial practitioners, risk practitioners in this, you want to understand what's in those methods, what's in those tools. Move away from what is considered to be, again, these black boxes. So what are we seeing? Open source innovation, open source on data, open source on methodologies, etc. And more transparency. If we move to the next slide, I'll speak a little bit about the persisting challenges, and perhaps I'll stop with that as I've run out of time. But what are some of the persistent challenges that we see in this landscape? We see a lot of convergence where it's about macroeconomic risk assessments, again, on physical risk, transition risk, whatever it may be. But the moment you start, diving down into specific sectors and wanting to understand idiosyncratic climate risk for sector exposures of financial institutions, the landscape becomes a lot more constrained and a lot more less sophisticated, and where you see also different solution providers actually, develop landing substantially different assessments in terms of climate-adjusted risk metrics, etc. Same thing for the unlisted space, very sophisticated. Also see in the listed space. Once you move into unlisted spaces, of course, data becomes an issue, methods become an issue, supply chain levels assessments. Moving into the scope 3 risk. We not only have scope 3 emissions, we also have scope 3 climate-related risks. That becomes really quite difficult. Same thing with sectors. We see with regions, especially in the global south, a lot of regions lack financial institutions with the capacity and the size of team to be able to do all of this. But they also lack the data, in any kind of methods that are tailored to those regions. Data will be available at high granularity, for instance, physical data, high granularity, or even like IEA decarbonization data, really available for OECD countries. But once you move into developing countries, emerging economies, the data becomes a lot less granular. And I'll mention one more. You can see the others on the other ones on the slide. We're now at a point in time where the climate risks are really visible, and we're starting to feel them. But the biodiversity and the nature risks are becoming also, visible. We may not be feeling them as much as on the climate side, but they're growing. And same pollution risks, same resource inefficiency risks. And the question, that poses a challenge both to the vendors and the providers of solutions in this space, but it also poses challenges to, of course, the financial institutions who need to make sense of all of this. And so that integration journey is just starting and will be a challenge in the time to come. And with that, I stop and hand back over, Claire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Remco. That was really interesting. Thank you for taking us back to what TCFD has been bringing us in terms of understanding of climate risks and the implications for financial institutions, and also, how your work and financial institutions have been adapting to all of this. And I'm sure this was a perfect teaser for those who haven't already read the report to go and take a look at it and better understand what all this implies. Thank you for that, Remco, and thank you for Unify's work on this. And I'm now going to turn to Natasha Chaudhary from the Institute for Climate Economics. You're going to be taking us to assets at risk, and a bit of focus here on a narrative for European private financial institutions and what assets at risk means for them. Natasha, if you can hear us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claire. Happy to be here. You can just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and the next one even. Thank you. So I'm going to present to you today our latest work on stranded asset risk management for private financial institutions, particularly the banking industry, which is a part of our overall transition finance work that we've been working on since the past few years. And we chose this topic because we felt that it was a missing angle in the current financial, regulatory, and prudential supervisory policy debates and discussions, especially around transition finance, around ESG risk management. And so we felt it was an opportune moment to shed light on this slightly overlooked topic. So our proposition here is to encourage financial institutions to reframe the way they look at stranded asset risk in their financial portfolios, so that we go from this narrow and static narrative that we have today around stranded assets to something that's a lot more wider and dynamic on assets at risk. And the difference between the two of them is not just in terms of terminology, it's also in terms of scope and the risk mitigation solutions that they embody. So the current narrative on stranded assets is quite narrow and static. It's quite limited to fossil fuel exposures in financial portfolios, and the risk mitigation solutions that revolve around quantification exercises, whether they come from stress testing or scenario analysis, so as to feed eventually into loss provisions and buffers and reserves to mitigate eventually the materialization of these risks on financial portfolios. So while that's of course very necessary and useful, we feel that actually leads to an underestimation of eventual stranding losses on financial portfolios. The reason being that stranding asset risk, just like transition risk and climate risk, also suffers from the same challenges in quantification exercises related to data inadequacies, methodological challenges, so on and so forth, because of the uncertainty, the pace of the transition and the uncertainty that lies with that. The fact that we don't really have clear enough policy signals telling us at what point of time a particular asset will no longer be viable in the real economy. So these kind of uncertainties really complicate the quantification exercise, and this is why it becomes. This is why we propose reframing the way we look at this using a whole of economy lens, so that we go beyond looking at financial exposures only to fossil fuel assets, so that we're encompassing also, for instance, the building exposures, agricultural, automobile exposures, and really trying to assess how financial institutions are exposed to these stranding losses emanating from these different sectors. And what this also encompasses is a better understanding of the transition preparedness of counterparties, because what we need to also distinguish here is that the stranding assets that we're talking about here are not necessarily belonging to financial institutions. They are attached to these assets. They are linked to the financial losses because of their financial instruments, whether they are bonds, or loans, stocks, whatever that might be. But the real asset owners, of course, are the real economy owners here. So it's important for financial institutions to be able to assess the credit worthiness of borrowers, of their clients, understand to what extent they're prepared for the transition, and therefore understand to what extent they can really absorb these eventual stranding losses, or in other words, asset repricing effects, asset devaluation effects. And in doing so, in doing this sort of a granular exercise, they themselves, the banks themselves, would be able to better assess the eventual degree of financial losses they might suffer as the transition progresses. And this is why we call for financial institutions to include stranding asset risk management within their overall transition finance framework, which is of course being developed right now by several institutions, because doing so would allow that more granular context-based information, being able to really understand the default risk, the credit worthiness of their counterparties, using of course this whole of economy lens, which is inherently a much more forward-looking lens as well. And to conclude, what we arrive from this analysis is that not all assets at risk become stranded assets, but all stranded assets are, of course, assets at risk. So it's really about recognizing that there are levers of action that can be applied so as to ensure that assets which are no longer compatible with the low carbon transition are, of course, stranded, but done in an orderly way so that financial losses are limited. And the other assets which do serve a purpose do receive the necessary transition finance flows, whether that's retrofitting or repurposing, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on this slide, I wanted to present some of the academic research that we found during the research on this paper, which really shed light and provide even further evidence regarding the degree of asset pricing, asset repricing effects, the degree of climate risk pricing in general terms, which goes back to what Remco was saying earlier, and Jaspreet as well, regarding the degree of the degree to which financial institutions and particularly banks are pricing in transition risk and climate risk into their financial portfolios, and of course the obstacles they face in doing this in an efficient manner. So what we found is that both the primary and the secondary finance sector are not efficiently pricing transition risk, climate risks, and of course, as a derivative of that, stranding risks. Particularly the primary finance sector, which mostly consists of syndicated bank loans, but not only. We find that the degree of asset repricing effects, the degree of transition risk pricing is actually quite inefficient, and this leads to of course concerns about the eventual cost of transition finance deployment, because the longer we take to price in these risks efficiently into financial instruments, the more costly transition finance becomes, because these risks are being therefore built up and postponed and pushed down further down the road. And this also, of course, magnifies the eventual degree of asset repricing, because we're talking about eventual shocks that could hit financial portfolios as these assets reprice, as they devalue, as they lose value during the low carbon transition. And that shock could be quite significant for financial institutions, particularly banks. This is not to sound alarming, of course. This is not to say that this is not a solvable issue. It is very much solvable, because at the core, we're talking about a risk management issue here, and we're talking really about deploying the right risk management tools and leveraging what we already have, of course, in the supervisory toolkit and the market instruments as well that are being used to better manage and assess transition climate risks. The secondary finance sector is more reactive, of course, than the primary finance sector in pricing in climate risks and transition risks, precisely because investors are able to better anticipate asset repricing effects on stocks and bonds, and they price these into the value, the current value of the assets in ex ante returns. So because of this, this is a good thing. But on the flip side, we also found that there was evidence of some sort of flight of carbon risk from the costlier secondary finance market to the relatively cheaper primary finance market, just because the secondary financial, so the public secondary financial markets were pricing in these risks to a higher degree. So there was a premium being attached, therefore, to carbon intensive assets. And this flight of carbon risk was mostly observed for fossil fuel firms who were engaging in a kind of bond to loan substitution, choosing to raise fresh capital in the primary finance sector through bank loans and syndicate bank loans, rather than from the corporate debt market, the corporate bond market, I mean, because it was just a little more expensive. All this to say that the current traditional risk-based approach that is used by financial institutions actually underestimates stranding losses and overall climate risks exposures in their portfolios, precisely because the risk-based approach quantifies financial losses from climate risk using, of course, historical robust data, which is quite favorable to carbon-intensive assets because they've been around that long, as opposed to low-carbon assets or green assets, which are quite new in the market. And this therefore creates this perception of unfavorable risk-reward profiles even for low-carbon assets, where financial institutions are a bit reluctant to finance these green assets and low-carbon assets because they feel it's just not a very good investment opportunity. Finally, we also found that the greenness of assets is not directly related to the transition risk, related to a measurement of transition risk, I mean. This is, of course, well-proven research as well, because the carbon intensity of an asset is not a direct component of its transition risk, because transition risk itself is a function of several parameters, including, of course, the carbon intensity. So it's important to understand that just because an asset is green doesn't mean it has zero transition risk or very low transition risk. It could still, of course, have a pretty significant transition risk coming from other factors in the market beyond its carbon intensity. And finally, to conclude, next slide, please. What we're proposing here is a coordinated effort between public policy makers, financial regulators, of course, and prudential supervisors in order to be able to do two things. So on the first side, we need to be improving our risk management so that we're better pricing in these stranding risk in financial portfolios, so that the buffers are strengthened and the eventual asset repricing effects are mitigated. But proactively, to be able to engage transition, to be able to deploy transition finance flows so that we're able to reduce real economy emissions and therefore protect financial portfolios from eventual asset revaluation and stranding effects as the economy decarbonizes. So I'll stop on that. And yeah, the paper's being published. If you're interested, please go ahead and have a look at that if you'd like more information about this work. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Natasha. And we can put the different resources on our Mainstreaming Initiative website as well after this event, and the recording will also be available out there if you want more information. Thank you very much for that. It was really interesting to see the change of narrative between stranded assets, from stranded assets towards better considering assets at risk and the associated considerations there, particularly when it comes to pricing these risks. And so now I'm going to, I think we've had some great scene-setting presentations, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from our practitioners. So we've got a first round of panelists who'll be talking a little bit about how public development banks can work together to better manage climate risks. And I believe the first in line is Alina from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And you're going to be taking us through some of the considerations you have when working with financial intermediaries. I hope you can hear us, Alina, still, and yeah, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can hear you very well. Good afternoon. Great to be here. It's a shame I can't join you in person in Baku. So I work in the Green Financial Systems team at the EBRD, and I'm very happy to give you a brief overview of how we look at climate risk when it comes to transactions with financial intermediaries at EBRD. If we could move to the next slide, and the next slide, and one more. Thank you very much. So let me start by looking at the financial materiality of climate risks to EBRD. So this, of course, reflects how climate risks from engagements with our partner financial institutions are impacting the EBRD and our kind of bottom line. So at EBRD, every investment that we do, be it with a financial institution or a corporate, is assessed for climate risk, both physical risk and transition risk. And specifically looking at transactions with financial institutions, we focus on the counterparty risk, so the risk of engaging with a given partner financial institution. And when we do this, we really look at two things. So firstly, we look at the portfolio of that financial intermediary, and there we look at their exposure to both climate vulnerable and high emitting sectors. And then we also do a bit more of a qualitative exercise where we ask a few questions relating to their climate risk management processes and governance within the institution. So this assessment really gives us kind of a basic understanding of the climate-related risk that we are facing by engaging with that partner financial institution. If we could move to the next slide. And then, of course, there is the other side of this equation. There is the inside-out perspective, so the impact materiality side of things. And this covers how EBRD's engagements with financial institutions are really impacting climate. So for quite a number of years now, this has been something that we've been very active in at EBRD. So this stems from both our green economy transition approach, which covers the period from 2021 until the end of next year. But more recently, it's been kind of turbocharged with our Paris alignment methodology, which stems from the commitment to align EBRD's activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And if we could move to the next slide. So in line with our Paris alignment methodology, in the last few years, we have actually been increasingly engaging with our partner financial institutions and with the financial sector more broadly on the topic of climate and climate risks. So this shows the countries where we have started to do some engagements, but there's actually quite a bit of heterogeneity within this map because it reflects three different types of engagements that we've been doing. So the first type of engagement is an engagement with a given client, with a given partner financial institution. This may be accompanied by a specific client commitment to work on these topics. And really, it's about kind of individual level discussions, individual level assignments to improve the practices of that financial institution. Then the second type of engagement that we've been doing kind of increasingly are actually group programs where we try to meet groups of partner financial institutions in a given country. And whenever we can, we try to do this in collaboration with financial regulators. And as part of these group programs, we give the banks kind of a structured capacity building program over a number of months to really provide a solid foundation for them to improve their practices. And then the third type of engagement that we've been doing is actually not with financial institutions per se, but it's with financial regulators. So that's something that we've also increasingly been looking at because there is an increasing amount of interest in from regulators in managing climate risks in the financial sector. And if we could move to the next slide, which is actually my last slide. Here, I'd just like to share with you a few observations from the many different types of engagements that we've had. And I'll try to illustrate each of these with a particular kind of client conversation or client engagement. So maybe starting with the need for context-specific guidance. So some time ago, last year, I think, we engaged with one of our partner financial institutions in a very small country, and they themselves are a fairly small bank, even within that very small country. And we worked with them on understanding what climate risks they are facing in their portfolio. And we found that actually the most material risks for them were in tourism and agriculture. And when it actually came to climate risk management and engaging with the bank on this topic, on what they can do with kind of this assessment, we ended up having just a very frank and open conversation with them about what could work, what may not work, given the specificity of their situation, given kind of the resources that they have, etc. And I think in this context, we actually found that a lot of the guidance out there is really made for larger institutions, often in somewhat more advanced countries, and with fairly sophisticated or with access to some more sophisticated resources, also kind of quantitative models, quantitative processes. Whereas for this institution, given kind of their size and their specificity, this was just really difficult given how constrained the resources were. So yeah, in this context, I think more and more guidance on how very small institutions and institutions that are constrained in resources can start to integrate climate risks would really be helpful. My second observation is that already a few years back, I thought that things were moving really, really quickly. And I thought that by now, maybe the pace of change would slow. But I think the pace of change when it comes to standards, regulation, and best practices, it's really just continuing to go really, really fast. So maybe a month or two ago, I was having a discussion with one of our clients in one of the more advanced jurisdictions that we work with. And we knew that that jurisdiction is rolling out some regulation when it comes to climate. And we asked them whether they are in scope for this regulation and kind of along what timeline. And they told us that they don't know yet, that they have no idea. And I think this goes to show that even in more advanced jurisdictions, so much is happening. It's so difficult to keep on top of things that even, large institutions sometimes may struggle to keep up with the quick pace of change. My third observation will be about the kind of varying maturity of climate practices. And here, of course, we are observing the varying maturity kind of across regions, across countries. Of course, there's big differences, let's say, between the European Union and Central Asia. But we're also finding big differences within countries. So, for example, I was mentioning the group programs that we are rolling out, and we were rolling out this group program in one of the countries. And there, the group was made up of both kind of somewhat advanced banks. Some of them had TCFD reports. Some of them have made net zero commitments. But their peers in the same country, some of them have really not started to integrate even basic climate risk management processes into their operations yet. So really quite a lot of heterogeneity even within the one country. And then my last observation is about the role of policymakers. And this goes to a conversation we had with one of our clients who was very keen to support the rollout of electric vehicles in the country. And they had quite ambitious plans. Also related to our financing. And we engaged with them at some point just to check in kind of how things were going. And they told us that not much has happened because the government in the country was planning to introduce or was planning to kind of kick off the rollout of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and they were planning to put together other actions to kind of enable those investments, but that for a number of reasons in the country couldn't yet materialize. So kind of everything was delayed, which also meant delays for the financial institution to take the actions that they were kind of hoping and planning to take. So yeah, really crucial role of policymakers, but financial institutions can only go as far, and we really need this kind of enabling environment. So that's it from me. I'll leave you with these 4 observations. Really, really enjoying the presentations and looking forward to hearing from others as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alina. We very much enjoyed your presentation, and thank you for taking us back to, looking back at your experience of financial intermediation and how it allowed you to better engage with your clients, on different risk-related matters. That was really interesting, and I think our next speaker, Nora Lambrecht, who hopefully is in the room with us today from the Inter-American Development Bank, from IDB Invest, will be able to reflect a little bit on this maybe, and sharing some of the work that IDB Invest has been doing with financial intermediaries on risk management as well. I see you, I think, Nora, so you can go ahead, please. Thank you.
Do you also hear me?
We can hear you too. Perfect. Thanks.
Well, greetings from Baku. So without echoing too much what Alina has said, because a lot of her points are also very much our experience, let me share a little bit what IDB Invest's experience has been. So we do private sector development throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, and we work with a range of financial intermediaries. So we work both with banks and we also work with investment funds. What we did last year, as we've started to commit to align all our financial flows with the pledges of the Paris Agreement, we did a bit of a benchmarking study to see where we were at and to also see a little bit where were our clients at, because the points that were mentioned earlier in terms of data availability, about the heterogeneity in different markets, and a lot of it being focused still on the global north, this was something that rang true for us as well. So we did a little bit of a benchmarking study, and we interviewed over 20 CEOs from across the region in terms of where their institutions were at in terms of climate risk management on the one hand, but also where they thought things were going. And the insights were quite, it was very insightful, and I think some things were more, some things were less surprising. And I think the one thing that rings very true for the region in Latin America and the Caribbean is that there's a lot more awareness and urgency around physical risks. This is because, unfortunately, Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the regions that is most affected by climate change. Many of you will have heard this year the terrible climate impacts that have hit, from hurricanes, terrible flooding in the south of Brazil. Just recently, actually, last week, there have been terrible floods and extreme rainfall in Colombia, and the list unfortunately goes on. So there's a lot of awareness. There is also an awareness on transition risk, but our impression is that that is still an issue that is perhaps being underappreciated in the market. And the hook in Latin America and the Caribbean when it comes to really incentivizing financial institutions on climate risk management really appears to be the physical risk dimension. Which is interesting because perhaps when TCFD started out and so forth, a lot of the focus was on the transition and risk angle, and now that we're really seeing runaway climate change, it's almost like the momentum has turned a little bit, hasn't it? So seeing all of this, we asked ourselves the question, how can we help financial intermediaries? And I think in terms of our conclusions, it's very similar to what Alina has been saying, that there is both the financial materiality angle, how the risk that FIs are facing ultimately gets passed through to us, and how can we help them with that in terms of, them strengthening their risk management practices, linking climate risk to financial risks, pricing it in the presentations we've heard at the beginning of this session. But on the other hand, for us as a development bank, also clearly the impact materiality, and perhaps more importantly also acknowledging that we do not want to leave the institutions alone, and we also don't want the institutions that we're funding to leave the SMEs, sometimes smallholder farmers, that they are funding alone. So something that we really want them to focus on is also a risk mitigation and adaptation approach that leaves no one behind, and that is just. So that's really kind of the umbrella for us, and we've been dealing with that in two different ways. So on the one hand, we have also started looking at this more programmatically, and on the other hand, we are providing technical assistance and advisory on a one-on-one basis. So it's sort of this double-pronged approach. On the one hand, trying to find solutions that are really scalable and replicable for us at the, let's say, larger level, simply because we don't have the resources to engage at a deep level with every financial intermediary. We don't have the staffing, and we unfortunately also don't have the resources, neither ordinary capital ourselves, but nor donor funds that we can tap into. So to do this programmatic approach, but to still also recognize what we've also heard from presenters, that the risks that financial intermediaries are facing are very context specific, that where they are at is very context specific, and that therefore sometimes we still need these like deep dive, one-on-one accompaniment and capacity building. So in terms of this kind of the landscape, so in terms of the very specific things that we've rolled out, is on the one hand, we're currently doing a climate stress testing pilot in Paraguay. So there we're doing this programmatic approach. The banks actually approached us and they said, okay, we're having these issues with drought after drought, then flooding, what can we do? So we're doing a programmatic approach there where we're doing, where we're helping these FIs scan their portfolio for climate-related risks, and then we're going to do a capacity building workshop, and we're leveraging the pre-existing infrastructure. There's a very active sustainable finance roundtable in Paraguay. That's one thing that we're doing at the programmatic level. At the client-specific level, what we've been doing is, on the one hand, leveraging what we are already doing and what we know very well how to do on environmental and social risk management, and on the other hand, in terms of supporting FIs on corporate governance. So we have a few engagements now where we help financial institutions strengthen their governance, their corporate governance around climate change. We've worked with a bank in Costa Rica on this. We're working with a bank in Colombia on this, where they are training and where we're rolling out a methodology for them to train their board of directors. And that also helps us a little bit to make sure that the commitments that these banks are making are actually credible. Because it's much better if we don't have to control that, but if actually the FI itself develops a capability to control itself. If they have a board of directors that knows what climate change is, that knows what climate risk is, and how to manage and how to mitigate it. And on the other hand, on the environmental and social side, we've also tried to really integrate climate risk management into our overall environmental and social process. Also, frankly, to make it a little less confusing for the client, because it's a process that is already pre-existing. A lot of clients already have capacity. Our clients tend to have already someone in charge of environmental and social issues. That's not necessarily the best placed person to be in charge of climate risk. It might be someone from the credit side that might be better placed to work on climate risk, but at least there's already a way in. And that's also a way for us to engage with the client to say, okay, here you need to build up a climate risk management system. Whether that climate risk management system, where that then falls into the financial intermediaries operation, that's up to them. But at least this is sort of our angle to engage them and to also have some teeth. Because we talk a lot about like engaging and so forth, but it's also important that it's not only incentives, but that we also, sometimes give a little bit of a gentle push And that's what we've been doing with our investment funds, for instance. We have most investment funds that we invest in now. One of the requirements that we have is that that fund needs to have a climate risk management system. Because if we have an investment fund that is investing in big corporate projects, sometimes project finance across Latin America and the Caribbean, we just need them to at least assess the risks to then see if they need to manage them. Yeah, so I think that's kind of our experience in a nutshell, and happy to hear from others. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you. That was really great. Thank you for sharing the insights on your benchmark study and where your clients are at, and how you're trying to, as pragmatically as possible, help them with the risks that they're facing, and also ensuring that all this work trickles down to the real economy. That was really, really interesting. And I think now I'm going to turn to Amal Benaissa from Bank of Africa to get some a different perspective from a commercial bank on how public domain banks can help them with addressing climate risks. Amal, you're online. I can't see you anymore, but I hope you're still with us. Yes.
Hi,
great.
Claire. Can you hear me now?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you, I think. Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I guess from where you are in Baku, I'm currently in Morocco. And, this has been a long journey for us, probably longer than all of this became cool and then not so cool, it seems, with the backlash going on. Just to present myself, my name is Amal Benaissa. I'm Director of Sustainability Advocacy, and we'll go back to why advocacy was deemed as important as what the operational teams do on the sustainability front from the bank. I represent a bank that's Pan-African, a commercial bank. We do universal banking. We're present in about 30 plus countries worldwide, but our main focus of concentration is the African continent, where we're about 23 subsidiaries, 23 different countries implanted. And one of our particularities, and we don't just say this because I know it also became very cool to say this is part of our DNA, but really on a serious note, this has been part of our journey even before, since the year 2000, when we became UNEP-FI's first African signatory. It was just a conviction. There was none of this happening. And Remco Fischer, when you were speaking, I remembered our various working groups where we met along the years. And I just had I was thinking, what could I say from this experience in a commercial Pan-African bank with an edge or lead in sustainability in the African context? I came up with 4 tips, I guess, I would give to a public development bank with which we already interact in different groups. But perhaps I can go a little bit, and I'll be brief. So if there's any interactions, I would be interested in exchanging. UNEP-FI, represented by Remco, is one of those organizations or one of those partners along the way that really made sense for us as we navigated through already what was just a conviction back in the day was about the environment. There was somewhere there a vision that the financial sector would contribute to the realization of development. And of course, there wasn't what we call the SDGs, but it was in development. We believed that sustainable development, in essence, had to be supported by the financial sector. And then along the years in 2017, we were actually at the EBRD, which is our second long-standing partner in our pioneering work on sustainable finance. It was through esteemed partners like EBRD. We attended the Climate Governance for Financial Institutions conference, I believe in 2017 or 18. And it was during this gathering, with these partners that we met Bloomberg and we learned about these acronyms, TCFD. There was no one in Africa at that moment that had publicly volunteered. And actually, following that event, we got on board. We started kind of reframing what we do along the 4 pillars of the TCFD, which today, as my colleagues mentioned, became mainstreamed. So since 2017 until today, I would say that a bank like ours was able to shift from risk to opportunities and develop the financing needed. I would argue that it's still not enough, and I think we all argue today that more needs to be done to channel this kind of capital, and which is why we continue to advocate for sustainability with our peers, but also in our ecosystem. So we've been working also on climate since 2017, and it was actually thanks to another partner, and I will get somewhere with this. It was another public development bank, FMO, which together in 2019, we signed a waste management facility, a circular economy, and we had an ENS action plan that was contractual, and one of which was to create an ENS risk team within the risk department. It was really new and I wouldn't say revolutionary, but it was a big shift, because until then, the sustainability team was kind of working, you know, with the general manager, you know, pushing the vision, but it was always a kind of, and I wouldn't exaggerate to say silo, but it was working in its corner. It was doing the sustainability green thing. And then all of a sudden in 2019, we created an ENS risk department. We included climate risks alongside ENS risks, which we had already been managing since 2008 with IFC, another development bank. So all this in essence was able to reframe everything we did in CSR and into ENS risks, into climate. I would say that even a few years later, it's still very complex, but Bank of Africa is a very good student. We cross the checklists. If you look at the way we've integrated various scenarios, we've piloted various tools. With UNEP-FI, we were one of the first to pilot the transition check tool. If I remember correctly, it was transition check. Even before transition finance became, again, today, one of the main concepts, which with the G20 at least is toying around. So today, if we look at 2024, and we're very, very pragmatic, being in a part of the world that has faced all those geopolitical realities we've been talking about. Of course, post-COVID, there were a lot of different impacts on commodity prices since 2022. So everything that we theoretically spoke about for the last few years, and my colleague earlier mentioned stranded assets, you know, we were going along and then we realized that maybe this is something that's still very much niche, because when you look at the reality on the ground here, and we talk a lot to our ecosystem in North, but also, you know, in West Africa, and it's clear that from this part of the world, net zero just doesn't hold, doesn't need anything. Africa contributes, what, to 4%? You know, those, again, percentages that we throw around, they contribute very little. So it does not even make sense to have these kind of narratives if we're not able to give solutions to these kind of countries. And as catastrophic as a potential climate scenario may be, people today, and I think we've seen that in the recent US elections, are looking more towards their livelihoods in general. So I will go back to what I will propose today to keep it positive. For a public development bank, the first, and I'll use this directly from my humble 12 years in Bank of Africa, it's to build capacity, and you do it really well. All the different public development banks that I've mentioned so far have supported many financial institutions like Bank of Africa to do some very pioneering things. We've built capacity through trainings, case studies, and what have you. And it's been really that kind of force of the public development banks, and which hopefully can continue today. And EBRD is one of the most stellar actors in Morocco currently, working with the regulator Bank El Maghrib. And, you know, a few years ago, it was only Bank of Africa doing this. Today, we're actually proud, it's not a competition, that all of the banks in the ecosystem know what climate risk is, are being trained, already have the risk department, you know, verse these things. We're not talking about the point where it becomes a determinant of investment, but we are saying that, yes, it's being picked up, the lingo is there. I think it's not just the sustainability teams. I think if you talk to most head of risks today in Morocco and in our different parts of Africa, I think they at least know what it is, which is some kind of shift. Now the narrative needs to be tweaked, because before, you know, selling these countries or these companies that are struggling already with getting financing and then adding the climate bit, there's definitely some tweaking of narrative so that it can hold. And we see that the Paris Agreement now is being challenged. We hear a lot of challenges here, not just in Baku. We hear it from the different owners of businesses that are going through challenges every day. We hear it from our colleagues in Germany that have had to reopen their coal plants. We've heard it from the EU colleagues that have had to include gas. There's a bit, I wouldn't say peddling, but there's a point where geopolitical realities are meeting the climate objectives. And it's not to say that we're going to stop. I think we're all going on one direction. But I think the bubble needs to be burst for the better. There needs to be a better credibility of this whole market, I say. There needs to be better tools. And here's again where the public development banks, you have so many more staff that can do research and development. For a bank like Bank of Africa to have a sustainability advocacy department, we do a lot of R&D, we digest, we go to events, summits, we listen. We try to advise our management, but also the mid and lower management levels. And thanks to public development banks, maybe we can go faster. For example, a Green Climate Fund accreditation, you need like 6 PhDs to get an accreditation. And while we laughed about that over the years, it was not funny anymore because we had many projects we wanted to finance, and that money is just so slow, and it's not reaching at all. So at some point, again, there has to be a retweaking of narrative and also of something that for us really became a holy grail, which is blended finance. It helped Bank of Africa finance more than 100 million euros to SMEs on a very pragmatic level. We had a technology selector. You know, everything was clear. The banker, all they had to do was what they do best, which is assess, you know, the marketability, the bankability of a project. So tomorrow, public development banks will, when they talk to their clients, okay, theoretically you can get the assessment, but at some point there has to be some kind of tool or some kind of common agreement. And I think already you guys are working on common indicators and trying to wrestle it out on your own level. I guess last but not least, I would say also engaging with the regulators. We've been along the journey with the regulators since the beginning in Morocco. We've reached out to UNEP-FI for support. And I think this kind of ecosystem collaboration is critical. The G20 has said it again today, even though it fell short of phasing out fossil fuels. We all agree that cooperation is key. Now let's tweak the narrative. And I want to go back again to the stranded assets, really, because, for example, pre-2022, there was such a concept. But post-2022, those countries or companies that invested in those stranded assets are those that were able to survive the really traumatic economic reality. So what does that tell the everyday, banker or everyday business owner? We have to retweak this. And I think a commercial bank can best create also a link, connect the dots, because my colleagues are concerned about the profitability of the bank, as they should be. They have regulators, many taxonomies. The climate risk now is being added on for reporting, gender. It's a lot. So public development banks have a crucial role to play, and let's not get discouraged, even though, let's say the reality as it is. I hope I was not confusing or not clear, and thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Amar. It's really, really interesting to hear from a commercial bank on what public development banks can support them with, and where you think the key areas of cooperation lie. That was really useful. So thank you very much for that again, and for participating online. I'm now going to turn back to the room. I think first in line was Komlanvi Moglo from the West African Bank for Development, La Banque Ouest Africaine de Développement. You're going to be, I think, taking us through, if you can hear us, on the shock resilience loan program that you have developed. Komlanvi, I hope you can hear us and you have a microphone.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
hear me? Thank you. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think kudos to you all for all you're doing. I think it's quite interesting to hear all of this, and I think it's a learning curve for all of us. And I think we at the West African Development Bank also are learning and are implementing these solutions into our various investment strategies and approaches. So with the help of the KFW, I believe the West African Development Bank was able to develop a product which is the shock resilient loan. We call it PACAN in French, which is Produit adapté aux catastrophes naturelles. This was designed specifically to help project promoters in ensuring their projects against natural catastrophes. How does it work? He has a very simple approach. The first thing is we've gotten support from KfW, so the funds were there. We used it as with the help of course, the African Risk Capacity team and also the Munich School of Management, designed these insurance packages that are automatically applied to projects, especially the ones with the highest risk. So there's a parametric insurance analysis that was carried out behind this, and then the insurance packages are applied automatically to the funding that is obtained from us. One of the advantages of it, we've seen it recently, because in Togo, for example, we've had the highest level of rain, I think, this year as well, and the insurance packages started last year. And this year, they were able to actually, request, some sort of insurance from the insurance guys, from ARC. And then they are going to get some sort of funding support to sort of address some of the challenges that they've had with the heavy rain that they received this year. So that was a perfect example that could be replicated with the other countries. The premium was a bit high, so that was a bit discouraging for other countries. But I think with the Togo case now that we've seen, I believe more will be more interested to come, because it's an innovative solution for them. But the work itself of the insurance, like I said, and I think the last I was on this panel was also on this on this particular topic. One of the things that I did say was, I believe, as good as the insurance package is, it helps, secure and cover some of the sovereign loans that were obtained from us. I think it was 2 or 3 different payments that it covers at the beginning. I think the other aspect of the insurance should also be to address some of the critical challenges or damages that were caused by the natural catastrophe. It cannot just, satisfy part of the loan for us. It's a good deal for us, but I do think that the other part of the insurance should also cater for the other aspect of things, which is the damage itself that it causes. We have systematically integrated these insurance packages as part of our operations. We have also insured all our sovereign loans. This is no news. Our region has faced a lot of political instability recently, and this has been an issue. So we've made sure that all the loans that we give out are all insured, just to make sure that we keep our investment grade level, so that we don't get degraded, and also to allow us to be able to raise concessionality on the market. Excuse me. We've also been working with the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the GEF, and currently we are working on a specific project that is involved with the early warning systems as well, with Togo again, and then this I believe this project will be, fingers crossed, approved by the GCF board by February. So we are trying to duplicate the same thing and trying to do a regional project for where all the different countries that we cover, the 8 countries that we cover, would benefit from this. So from a small scale, we are growing, and we believe that this will definitely help country in their approaches in securing or ensuring some of the loans and projects that they have with us. So I believe that is it on our side. I think that is what we've been doing. We are very much looking forward to the implementation of AI internally, especially in the management of data, and in the management of data and the reporting as well. And I think we've got some partners recently that are more than willing to support us on that. So I think this will definitely help in the efficient planning and efficient management of these projects that we finance. Other aspect that I will also say is that we've been receiving great support also from the IDFC facility. And the facility has just recently helped us in assessing how well we align as well with the Paris Agreement. I heard you mentioning it as well. And I want to say that this is one thing that the IDFC facility can definitely help with as well. So you might want to probably approach us, and I see the head of the IDFC facility sitting down next there. So if anybody is interested, please feel free to approach us. And I think that is great in also not only mainstreaming but also assessing the risk itself that we are all facing. So it's a beautiful tool. There are various tools out there, but on our side, that has been our experience, and we hope to duplicate what we've been doing with other countries as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Komlanvi. That was it was great. It was a very concrete and innovative solution to see that has been developed. It was great to understand better how it works and see how you can ensure portfolios of projects at country level. Thank you for that. And I'm sure, well, being at the IDFC Pavilion and this being live streamed, you'll get some people that will try to contact you after this event. Thank you very much, Komlanvi, for that. Before we conclude and maybe take a couple of questions, if we still have time, I'm going to pass it over to our colleague from JICA, Yukichi Uzui. I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing this okay. But you're going to take us through some of your approach on co-benefits to climate change for climate resilience and sustainable development. I think you also have a few slides to share with us, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe, yeah, we can put those on the screen as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Okay, so I'd like to begin my presentation on JICA's co-benefit approach to climate change for climate resilient and sustainable development, a focus on increasing resilience from a viewpoint of a finance and development agency. Okay. Could you turn to the next slide? Thank you. JICA is one of the largest bilateral development agencies in the world, and playing a core role in Japan's official development assistance. And JICA's mission is to work on human security and quality growth aligned with SDGs. Okay. And we have mainly three modalities of cooperation, operation, and finance and investment. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so our three main modalities of operation. First one is financial investments, especially the concessional loans and private sector investment finance. And second one is the grant aid. And the third one is the technical cooperation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the overview of JICA's climate change finance in the year 2022. And for mitigation, our transport sector is the most important. Most of it is the construction of public transport system in terms of volume of finance, and followed by the energy sectors. And while for adaptation, there are many sectors related, like water, disaster risk reduction, agriculture, and forests. They are the main sectors for adaptation. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so it's our aim to contribute to all sustainable development goals. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And so some key concepts regarding climate change, human security and adaptation. Regarding climate change impact, developing countries are particularly affected due to their vulnerabilities and limited resources, leading to increased poverty, food insecurity, and disaster impacts, which frequently threaten the lives of people. And the human security under threat, JICA's mission is ensure individual opportunities to realize their potential is being endangered. and adaptation, crucial for protecting vulnerable populations and ensuring their resilience against the impact of climate change, which leads to advancing human security by safeguarding their livelihoods and their very lives. Okay. Next slide, please. So the challenge of JICA for filling the adaptation gap, the global adaptation finance gap still remains large, and JICA's challenge is to double its contributions to climate change adaptation measures by the year, to double the contribution by the year 2030. Okay, and about the co-benefit approach, I will explain afterwards. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so this chart is illustration. This is illustration of climate risks in IPCC's 6th assessment report. So it is hazard, exposure, and vulnerability which shapes risks. And this figure illustrates future uncertainties in reduce these factors of risks. Okay. Thank you. So next slide, please. And another figure cited from the 6th assessment report is the different aspects of dimensions of vulnerability and their regional averages. So there are 9 aspects of vulnerability here, and in African continent, all these 9 aspects face very severe challenges. They are extreme poverty, access to healthcare, dependency ratio, access to basic infrastructure, gender inequality, food security, adult literacy rate, governance, and health status. And also, the assessment report suggests 5 key dimensions of climate resilient development identified for Africa. They are climate finance, governance, and cross-sectoral and transboundary solutions, adaptation law, and climate services and climate change literacy. So I think this helps us to have images of how the multiple aspects of vulnerability are and what will be necessary to increase resilience. Okay. So next slide, please. Okay, so again, the JICA's climate strategy, we have 2 clusters. The first cluster to promote the implementation of the Paris Agreement, which is common to all countries of the parties. And the second cluster is the co-benefits of climate change. So the idea of co-benefits is to make climate change measures and solving development issues, make them compatible. It means to build a carbon neutral and climate resilient society by implementing mitigation and adaptation measures in addressing development issues. Okay, so next slide, please. So the definition again, measures that support both climate change and development to realize climate resilient and sustainable development. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, and so this is an attempt to to show the synergies and trade-offs with SDGs. This is an analysis of 18 main sectors of cooperation of JICA with regard to each SDGs. Okay, so next slide, please. So 18 sectors of cooperation have been, and its implications to SDGs. So in some cases it has synergies, and in some cases it might have both synergies and trade-offs. So this is just an attempt. So it might, maybe the analysis would vary according to the context of each project in each country. But we think it will be a useful tool to make dialogues with European country partners to how to say to view the different impacts of the projects. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is a continuation of the slides, last slide. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so I think this is the most important part of my presentation. Pre-disaster investment for disaster risk reduction. Japan has experienced many earthquakes and typhoons, so we have a lot of natural disasters, and we have something in common with climate change measures. So to prevent damage from disasters, it is important to reduce risks before it happens, not after. So proactive measures are necessary, and pre-disaster investment helps minimize disaster impacts and protect vulnerable populations from damages caused by disasters. And pre-disaster investment delivers positive economic and financial returns. So according to a study, it costs $1 for pre-disaster investment, and it reduced the cost of reconstructions by $15. So we would say that the pre-disaster investment will be more 15 times more cost-effective. And also $1 for enhancing resilience of infrastructure reduce the cost of reconstruction by $4. So it will make sense to strengthen resilience and to reduce vulnerabilities to climate change with a view to prevent loss and damages. Okay. So next slide, please. Okay, so again, some key elements of climate resilient development, a comprehensive approach that integrates adaptation and mitigation strategies to support sustainable development for all. Okay, so as defined as climate resilient development. And the JICA's approach, JICA aims to climate resilient development aims to achieve sustainable development for all by maximizing synergies and minimizing trade-offs. And human security is always the foundation. Okay, so the last slide, the conclusion and argument. Climate change resilience could be enhanced by pursuing co-benefits in different development sectors, depending on the context of each country and region, and maximizing synergies and minimizing trade-offs. And it is essential to reduce vulnerabilities to climate risks for enhancing resilience to climate change, with particular attention to human security. And lastly, identifying and preventing risks are essential. Okay, identifying and preventing risks are essential for building resilience to climate change with a view to minimize loss and damages of climate change. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much, Yukichi. That was really interesting and very well contextualized. It was great to see where you stand on this. I'm not sure. We're not able to take any questions online, unfortunately, but I just want to check, since I think we were almost on time, if there are any questions for our speakers today, either online or, well, speakers that are online or in the room. If there are any questions from our audience in the room, and if not, I guess we'll leave it here. I'm not sure how to manage this really, since I'm not in the room, but yeah, okay, I see someone's hand that's risen. Please, yeah, thank you.
Yes, yes, I can use this micro. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claire. I have a question. One question for UNEP-FI and for you, Nora, about Remco and Nora, about do you see any difference? Because when you consider here the PDBs, we consider mainly the MDBs, in fact, as providing support to members and to the banks, commercial and also public banks. Do you see any difference in your approach? Because we are dealing with at the same time with commercial banks and at the same time to the public national development banks. Do you see any difference in the way they are taking the risk and some advice how we can support them to do better. And you see any difference? And maybe if you can say 2-3 main things that you see as really different from one category of banks to the other. Thank you.
Nora, or maybe Alina, if you could take this question, since I think Remco has left us. So
okay.
He had to move to another meeting. Yes.
Excellent. So as IDB Invest, we only work with commercial banks. We do not work with public development banks. That's our IDB colleagues. However, given that we thankfully frequently exchange views, so what we see is that the hook to get them engaged with commercial banks, it's mainly the financial materiality. And I think in that regard, regulation, this whole mix of carrots and sticks, really, the regulatory environment that is developing in Brazil, for instance, ISSB disclosure is going to become mandatory. That's really helped us. And I think on the other hand, for public development banks, the main hook is the risk that climate change provides in terms of the impact. I mean, in fact, that's the case for us as IDB Invest too. So I think in terms of the financial versus impact materiality, there's a bit of a difference that I would see, but curious to hear what Alina thinks from the EBRD perspective.
Thank you very much. I think I fully agree with you, Nora, that especially in client conversations, the financial materiality point always proves to be the selling point. We do sometimes get questions on, why should we even care about this? And increasingly, as we are seeing climate risks materialize into financial risks, banks are starting to see that this really becomes quite the convincing argument. So I fully agree with you, Nora.
Great. Thank you. I hope, Mustafa, that answers your question. Maybe I can ask you, Mustafa, if you could check that there aren't any other questions in the room.
Yes,
before we close.
No, for me, it's okay. I wanted maybe just to have another view on how this difference. How do you see the kind of support you provide in terms of specificity of support to be provided? But maybe let's see if there is a question inside. Yeah, there is one more here.
Thank you. I got a question for Mr. Moglu. Can you explain why the resilient insurance, sorry for the word, was so expensive? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. I think that's a question for the insurance guys, not me. but the premium is from our understanding, the premium is a bit expensive because of the risk the insurance companies are taking. In the case of Togo, I know there have been measures that the country has taken to sort of adapt themselves to the situation, especially because they see rains every year. It's just the level that differs. They've taken measures, and there were infrastructures that were built for that. And then some of them that were damaged due to the level, of rain. So the infrastructure, the cost of rebuilding and readjusting is also very high. So I should think the insurance company have taken all that into consideration before designing the premium for them. However, the aim is not for the premium to be so high. There is a data analysis for currently. I think there are 4 countries that we've taken as a pilot: Benin, Togo, Senegal, and Ivory Coast. I believe those are the 4 countries. And the insurance has just, it's going to pay out for Togo this year. It's not the same for Senegal or Ivory Coast, So somehow, the premium could be high here based on the fact that they've seen, in their simulations, they've seen a lot of rains come in, they've seen a lot of, natural disasters come in, and then other side, it may not be the same. So if this year or the next year they see that the rain level isn't the same, the premium is not going to be the same. It always varies. It's not a standard thing. You know, so it depends on. It's like your car insurance. You know, you drive it. You know, you never have an accident. So it's, you know, for the very day you have an accident, you know, it shoots up. You know, one of those things. But we are in constant negotiation with them, because we did say it is the reason. It's going to be the reason why a lot of countries will sign up for it. If it's too much, you know, they're already indebted. It's like you're adding debt to debt again, you know, so they might not be interested. But in this particular case, with what we've seen with Togo, I think it's going to serve as an example for both the insurance companies and also the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Comrade V. Could probably take one very quick last one if there are any. Otherwise, we'll probably close here because there might be another event. I'm not sure if we're the last ones on today.
Or no further questions.
No further questions. Thank you, Nora. Thank you. I'm gonna thank you all very much for this. It was really interesting, and I think, as you said, I think it was you, Comrade V. This has definitely helped us move up the learning curve a little bit, I hope. Thank you to all our experts from the research field, from the operational field. It helped us move the needle, sharing all that experience with us today. Thank you, IDFC, and I think at least Mustafa, you're representing IDFC in the room today, for hosting us in person and online. And so, yeah, the recording will be made available, I believe, both on IDFC's website and on the Mainstreaming Initiative's website, as well as for our members. Thank you ever so much to everyone. We'll be in touch soon, and I promise we'll be with you this time next year to manage and to moderate in person. Sorry for not being with you today. Thank you. It's great to see you all. Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of the day.